is for the WCW United States Championship. Introducing the challenger from Bray, County Wicklow, Ireland, weighing in at 180 pounds. He is the Irish Ace, Jordan Devlin.
Looks like someone's come to play early.
Yeah, clearly not in a mood to wait any longer. Praise by, and how are you supposed to prepare for something like this?
Got to keep your head on a swivel at all times, Cole.
The ref motioning to get in the ring now.
Yeah, I think the referee's at the end of their rope. You can only push the referee so far, Corey.
Jordan Devlin is a true prodigy of Ireland, a hybrid competitor who's known as the Irish Ace.
Yeah, Devlin refers to himself as the best sports entertainer on the planet, so that should give you an idea of his confidence. Based on his abilities, it's not misplaced.
We will see how that confidence translates to this contest.
And guys, ever since its inception in 1975, the United States Championship has been one of the most prestigious prizes in all of sports entertainment.
An absolute brute. Walter is a true throwback. Corey, what is it about Walter that makes some people consider him one of the most dominant modern superstars?
Even without his obvious size and power, Walter is still a first-class competitor for one reason: his focus. Walter knows how to pick apart his opponent. He focuses his offense to directly target what he... It's time to take this night to the moon.
The wealthiest man in all of NXT.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Burlington, North Carolina, weighing in at 220 pounds, the WCW Hardcore Champion, Cameron Grimes.
A trainee of the Hardy Boy.
The king of the ropes.
The high-flying Grand.
Love me. Come here. Lay down. Come on, lay down. Come here.
MLW Intimidation Games. Capacity crowd here tonight in Dallas. Rich Bokini, Joe Dombrowski, Joe
Lay down.
match we have on the way. Triple threat match for the world title. Jacob Fatu, the Samoan smashing machine, looking to recapture the gold. Well, Jacob Fatu is the most dominant world champion in MLW history. He finally gets his return match tonight. But standing in his way, the mercenary of Contra, Mads Fugger. That rivalry rages on, and the world heavyweight champion Hammerstone is caught in the middle. Hammerstone never faced a
Need to send an invoice.
Come here.
In this Wrestle Talk news, FTR heated WWE, an existential threat to AEW, and
Us here at Cultaholic, we're smart to the wrestling business. We know... Hello, I'm Ross Tweddle. Hello, I'm Ross Tweddle from Cultaholic Wrestling, and Hello, I'm Ross Tweddle.
The dream of living on a private island isn't too far from reality.
It's Banzai time! Giant and Cruisers, only in my GM mode. We're going up against Adam Pearce on Raw, on hard difficulty for 15 weeks, and I set a custom draft pool because I put the likes of Rikishi, Omos, and Yokozuna in the normal category, so we can just have them there, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of options in the Giant or Cruiser only. Right, we are set, by the way, as SmackDown through using William Regal, because he has the Legends card, which I think is going to be crucial for us, and I think we are good to go. Yes, this is going to be the full 15 weeks.
What is going on, everyone? It is time to rank all 50 states here in 2022. Things have changed. We did this video like 3 years ago, and I gotta tell you, I was kind of surprised at what states got better and which ones dropped in the ranking. To do this
King of Sports, New Japan Pro Wrestling.
I didn't come here to be afraid.
That house was the one thing that you chose as a place to heal.
Again. Hide and seek. You hide.
King of Sports, New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Put another hot dog on the grill. There might still be some coleslaw left. The barbecue brawl now is on. New Japan Strong. Hi, everybody. We welcome you. It's Labor Day weekend. It's time to celebrate. And time to celebrate with some New Japan Pro Wrestling action here on Strong. Kevin Kelly, Alex Kozlov on the call. We got three good ones here, my friend. I know you're going to dig this first match. It's Josh Alexander, the walking weapon, against Daniel Garcia.
Well, both men have a lot to prove. They're both new on the scene here in New Japan Strong, and I think that we're going to see a super exciting wrestling match for all those wrestling aficionados, which is certainly the place that you can catch it here in New Japan Strong. Can't wait.
A lot of fans are going to dig our second match, TJP versus Ray Orris.
Well, we're going to see a lot of pipeline action, a lot of wrestling exchanges. Lucha Libre versus Phil and Flash.
Can't wait to see that, plus our main event as well. Promises to be an interesting matchup as Hikuleo goes one-on-one with the Drama King Matt.
Well, I know that the Drama King is here to bring the drama, but I just think that he may end up on the other side of the stick.
Let's head to the ring for the action. A barbecue brawl gets underway.
Opening match 15分一本勝負を行います。
I think one of the key ingredients to any successful barbecue, Alex, is who you invite. And I think we've invited a pretty wide array of great wrestling talent. It should make for some interesting matchups and some interesting conversation for us. We get another look at Daniel Garcia, who we were both impressed with when he made his recent debut. We want to definitely see more.
Starting off in our number 10 spot, we have the TikTok shark. In May of last year, someone on TikTok called Alex Albrecht, who is a marine biodiversity student as well as
Rick, wait, you've got to calm down.
What do you mean, calm down? You know what happened last Thursday night? Ric Flair leaves the building. Ric Flair, the Nature Boy, leaves the building. Gets the car ready. Women ring. And Eric Bischoff grabs AJ Styles and says, hey, let me tell you something, AJ. Next Sunday, meaning tonight, I'm going to be the referee. So nothing's going to... Today is the...
You've heard about rent relief for Rhode Island. But guess what? It's you who may be eligible. Go to rentreliefri.com. Get help.
WWE 2K22 just released patch 1.10. This is just a hot fix update, but there's bigger news that's coming out of the mod community, and it's not good. We got the full news for you guys right now. Hey everybody, welcome back to Assemble. I'm Matt. Great to have you here. It's our second show for the day. I'm still excited, but we have some bad news when it comes to the modding community for WWE 2K22. We'll get to that in just a minute, but first off, we want to be able to go through all of the patch notes that we have. I say all the patch notes. The little blurb of patch notes updates that we have from 2K. Patch 1.10 just came out, just released. It's a small one, not too much to go through here, but here we go. A few small fixes here, but this is for PS4, PS5, PC, and Xbox One and Xbox Series X consoles. It addressed downloading issues related to multiple superstars from community creations, added stability fixes, added performance improvements, other minor fixes. There is nothing substantial within this. I've gone through and tried out community creations, honestly, even after the patch. For me anyways, playing on Xbox, I noticed that it's been very slow to load. Hopefully this patch is addressing some stability issues for creations. It was specifically geared towards community creations. But let me know your thoughts with this patch. Are you noticing any differences in terms of community creations, download speeds, being able to download, upload? Is it working for you? I've tried to test out a few things. One thing that I tried to test out right away to see if they fix it or not, something as simple as catch finishers. Try to toss my opponent up in the air and then pull off an RKO or an attitude adjustment. None of it worked, so substantial fixes have not been done with this update, with this patch. To be honest, not what I was looking for when it comes to a 2K22 patch. I'm looking for that big, like 20 to 30 gigabyte patch to fix things. Dual titles, catch finishers, everything. Hopefully we will see more fixes in the next update, but speaking of 20, 30 gigabyte patches and fixes, 2K22 did release a patch on the PC side of things. This patch is around 25 gigs in size, and essentially this has ended modding for 2K22. The Pro Wrestling Mods has been phenomenal. Their website, the updates, the team, the work that they do, the modding community is incredible. And so this patch update, based on the feedback from Pro Wrestling Mods themselves, they've let everybody know that this latest patch, this latest fix, has effectively ended modding online for the game on PC. These quotes are coming from Pro Wrestling Mods over on Twitter just a few hours ago, and they said the following in their post. We are saddened to see, like previous patch, WWE Games have decided to prevent modding again. While we appreciate developers reaching out and detailing your support of our community and modding as a whole, this leaves us to question where we truly stand. So this is terrible for people that love to create mods, people that enjoy the mods, people that buy PC and the game specifically just for the mods, because they do like amazing work. You can have the biggest and best rosters. Every other comment in the videos is always like, yeah, just get a PC and go mod it. Or get the mods. So it's really unfortunate, really sad to hear that they are removing the ability to do modding with 2K. And it's also puzzling as well because Pro Wrestling Mods did post this, and they alluded to the point that 2K has kind of always been pushing for good and pushing the modding and the community. Patrick Gilmore himself has yay the modding community, even recently. Pro Wrestling Mods follows up with this post with another one that states, any form of custom content has been locked out again. We found a workaround, but the latest hotfix has, quote, fixed it. This prevents most forms of modding, characters, trons, arenas, etc. In the full thread that they were speaking in, they did, because so many people were reaching out to them, they did say in a later post that, quote, it hurts more when we have public tweets from @Mr. Epilogue, Patrick Gilmore, praising mods. So this is what I was getting at, because I have seen this. I have seen the posts, and I apologize. I wish I could pull them up. I could go through and scramble through Twitter to try and grab them, but there are public tweets out there of Patrick Gilmore of the devs on 2K side applauding the work of mods and supporting them. So this patch seems very odd. Now, I know nothing of modding video games. I don't know if it's going to be possible that down the road they'll be able to find a workaround or any other way to be able to get things up and running again.
Hello there, my very good friends. On today's wrestling news, Becky...
gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And you gotta do it fast.
Woo! New personal record, Lebu!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's out there dancing like it's the Slammies. Oh, writes itself, doesn't it? Kids going, welcome to England. People going, they will do that. 30 minutes down the road from London.
They do, and then they always have like the black cabs and the phone boxes and everything as well, don't they?
They'll have to be updated. They'll have the black cabs, but with dragons in the back seats. It'll be very appropriate.
I was saying they should call it Enter the Dragon.
The show that's pretty good.
Yeah. Loving it. Get DJ Pied Piper in there for the theme tune. Bollocks to your Flow Rider. DJ Pied Piper's where's that? Yeah. Looking forward to it though.
Yeah.
Because is it the same weekend when AEW are meant to be running a show here, or is it a different weekend?
Oh.
AEW have an announcement from there.
I know, but they're supposedly going to be announcing something, aren't they?
Isn't this confirming that AEW are running? Because last time they did a big event, it was when New Japan were running.
Oh yeah, and the copper box.
The copper box. And yeah, I think it was an AEW also.
Richard's
looking.
On
what you looking at?
WWE Wales show. Enter the Dragon. It's the early September. September the 3rd.
Yeah.
Richard.
Okay.
Continue.
No, but it's so exciting just watching you.
It is.
People can't even see him doing it.
Yeah.
We need a Richard cam.
The Rock versus Roman Reigns has been teased on several platforms, and by that we mean, of course, that clip of Young Rock, whatever it's called, where they're watching, all the family are watching some wrestling, and they're watching big Yokozuna hitting the Samoan drop, and then some little lad, here we go.
There he is.
Someone got some little lad to be using it and going like, yeah, Samoan drop me, hey! And everyone starts ignoring him, goes, hey, acknowledge me! And everyone goes, like that. And he goes, listen, whoop, that's actually my nephew,
cousin,
relative,
son,
Roman,
daughter.
It's complicated. Roman Reigns. Hey, we should wrestle. Oh, that match could only happen at WrestleMania. It's so big.
I'm telling you, between this and Bianca Belair, WWE have fully gone back to doing long-term storytelling. Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, SummerSlam to WrestleMania, Rock versus Roman, the early 80s. Is it?
The early 80s?
Now.
Wow. Many people like yourself said, no, but this is clearly hogwash because the Iron Sheik was there. Where was he at WrestleMania 38? He was supposed to be there. It took him from 01 to 2022 to get the ring, according to Bobby Heenan. He was promised.
He was in the car with Veer. That's what's happened.
Just waiting outside.
Veer's kicked him out the side of the road. Putting too many Carly Rae Jepsen CDs on. And Sheik has been. That's scoop there, Dave Meltzer.
That's right, because Sheik's saying, no, if I'm on this front passenger seat, I get control of the CDs. It's like, no, if I'm driving, I get the pick. And some people get confused by that. And if you're the back, you shut up.
You do.
Yeah.
You didn't say shotgun. Oh.
That WWE show was reported as might be on the same weekend as All Out, but All Out hasn't been officially announced yet.
I think.
Hey, politics at play here.
Well, it's good with the time difference, though. You could watch the show live reasonably fine, and then watch that afterwards.
That's a good point.
Which we will probably be doing here at Cultaholic.
Yeah, there was a second part of that Roman thing, which was on the WWE Evil thingy. Myself and Tom did the news video the other day. I think it was yesterday as we're sat here, so Wednesday. Go and watch that news video because I can't remember what the story was.
What was it? Again? What did you say?
There was some sort of tease on WWE Evil about Rock versus Roman happening. Something at the end of the show happens.
Something to do with like the family and everything, and I can't remember who said it, but someone said that The Rock cast like a big shadow over Roman Reigns' whole thing with the bloodline and the family and everything, because he's not the top dog, is he? Not really.
He's the head of the
He's
table.
the head of the table.
He doesn't own the table.
But does he cook the meals? No, he just sits at the table.
No, of course he doesn't cook the meals. Why would he cook the meals?
Because The Rock cooks the meals. He's the proper provider. He cooks the meals. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?
I could in 1999, but now Dwayne does nothing.
Another thing that I noticed as well. They've been doing these, and this is probably just absolute rubbish right now. But they've been doing these like the advertisements for figures and stuff as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the ending for one of those advertisements is Roman Reigns and The Rock together facing off. There you go. Like kissing. So it's just, I don't know if that was like a little tease for someone. I'm just saying.
I was thinking
Who knows?
I was thinking the Young Rock thing was far-fetched to me. I think I was people putting two together and getting four, because they've never done this way before, have they? Like they've cross-promoted with a thing that's not. It's not theirs, is it? The Young Rock show.
No.
The Young Rock show. Maybe that's like.
Oh, maybe like there's going to be some. There's going to be some cross promotion because they're given the right to show those little bits of footage now and again. But yeah, it was pretty like it's so great. It's like large people. Yeah, you know, it wasn't subtle. Look at the camera going, hey up. That's what our room says. But yeah, I think at this point though, The Rock hasn't said anything about it. So it's at this point now where they're like, hey, Rock, from all the way up there in terms of pop culture and possibly running for president, which keeps on popping up every now and again, can have a match.
And he'll win.
He will.
You'll Which get I the think title.
It's not worth it. Well,
Oh, imagine the headlines. Lifting the title above his head, the WWE logo next to The Rock's bald scalp. Be fantastic for the business.
and then he announces he's running for president. Wow, he's W.
Oh.
Okay, now we've changed that. Yeah, if he runs for presidency with the W title round his
Just
waist.
round his waist the
That's
entire
cool.
time.
Yeah.
Doing his speeches and rallies and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Would The Rock need to do a rally? I imagine a lot of people just vote for The Rock anyway.
Yeah.
As The Rock. Control Your Narrative continues to be a safe haven for wrestlers who are not good at social media. Because not only does Braun Strowman get into a Twitter spat and lost to Buff Bagwell this week on Twitter, but Sarah Logan especially joined the roster. So it's nice, isn't it? It's like you're not good at Twitter, you lose fights to 12-year-olds with Dragon Ball Z avatars. Come to Control Your Narrative, because EC3 knows how a phone works.
But they're a threat, though.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, aren't they?
That's what Braun said. He said, Tony Khan has said he's banned his wrestlers from. There's no proof of that other than him saying that. Claiming that anyone who says anything negative against AEW is a bot. Oh, sorry, not everybody, but there are many bots or investigations into that.
Tony Khan was taking the piss, was he? Surely. Because this news broke after last week's podcast, and I was
didn't it? It was a bit of a weird one.
Sitting there watching Twitter as it was all unfolding. You just one tweet, then a second tweet. I'm sure the third tweet might have followed. I'm thinking surely he's taking the piss, but then apparently it was Alvarez on Wrestling Observer Radio. I don't know if you want to do this in your impersonation, Matthew was saying.
The tweet was an independent tweet.
No, the study.
Oh.
He did the tweet by
Tony
himself.
Khan can tweet by himself, which makes him disqualified from joining Control Your Narrative. So it's an independent study that he paid for.
Yeah.
Because he pays attention to some social media, but probably not enough because he's doing billion-dollar business deals. So.
I was going to say AEW's had a pretty successful first 3 years of business, so I think Tony pays too much attention to the negativity.
He's an old message board dude. So of course he is. He's on DVD VR, and now he's very rich.
Yeah.
And he's still on Twitter, which is amazing.
We'll have to see where that goes, though. I couldn't give a toss about the Sarah Logan news, to be honest with you, could you?
No.
I thought, let's see what they say. Say anything. But yeah, it's good saying Braun Strowman setting the battle lines here between Tony Khan and Tony Kant.
Good on Buff Bagwell as well, because I thought that was out of order from Braun, bringing that from the past.
What did he say?
You're taking the moral higher ground, basically, are you, Anakin Skywalker? For his this old mugshot of you drink driving and all these things.
Okay.
And then Buff went, yeah, cool. Here's one of you when you were drink driving in a boat. And Braun went, that's not a problem. I was a boat. It was a friend. I was just driving. And it was like, you know what? I don't want to come on here and take fights to you, Buff Bagwell. I'm really sorry.
What a guy. Oh my god.
Like, that's it. Give him the standing 8 count. There's nothing left.
Yeah.
And what we possibly end up with the news, because all the other news that happened relates to the wrestling we'll discuss later on. Oh, just the small news to possibly coincide with WWE's little comeback to the UK. 1PW has returned. Now, people of a certain age will go, why is that a big deal? 1PW started off so dramatically and amazingly, like so many great wrestling promotions, like 5-Star Wrestling and Redacted Wrestling. These are companies that are no longer around. 1PW then kept on going, and that to go bankrupt, possibly fake bankruptcy, who's to say, sold the rights to the company to someone else who did even worse shows. sold the rights to someone else who ran the company to the ground, and it became a joke, a meme. A good old pre-social media, well, pre-Twitter meme was 1PW at that point. So of course, it's back, and it's running the Dome in Donington.
Is that where it used to run? Because
yeah.
I've seen a few, like, the Dragon Izu triple threat match with Martin Kirby and some
Iceman?
I can't remember. Triple threat match with Dragon Izu and Kirby anyway. The crowd looked massive.
Oh, yeah, but the standards at the time, having mega shows like that were a rarity. You'd get the Alex Shane ones like Universal Uproar, but then, they became an annual thing. The one was like, hey, let's try doing these every month or every few months. And they were not only bringing over AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels and Samoa Joe, they were bringing over Bryce Remsburg, the referee. When you're importing referees, it's like, okay, you might have more in the outgoings than incomings there, but some crazy shows the first year and a half to begin with, and it all went downhill from there. Quite spectacularly. A hell of a story. Can't recommend the 1PW book enough, but of course it's back.
John's buzzing for this, because she used to go to 1PW shows all the time. That was like her local show. So she was like, we need to go and watch when it comes back. And I'm actually quite intrigued, because I never sort of grabbed onto 1PW or anything like that. But she tells me about all these matches. There's one that's coming out that's never been seen before, but it came out on a DVD.
Which I'm confused with the wording there, because there's only been one 1PW Pac versus AJ Styles match.
Yeah.
It
never been seen though.
Yeah, they had DVDs out in HMV. It was which was a pretty big deal at the time. I mean, they were rubbish quality, but still, fair play for doing it. And it was there. It's been out since a month it happened, right? So this never before seen. It's like, okay, where, what? But yeah,
I'm excited. I'm excited.
The matches that came on, like Pac versus AJ Styles, when Pac was just a young lad, only had 8 abs at that point. Still working on them. Still working on the rest. Yeah, well worth a watch. Lots of quality matches and memories. Nigel Guinness, Darren Burridge, Tracy Smothers and Chris Hamrick.
Oh my god.
Who's purchased it? Is it out there? Who's got it or just...
No, but the last person who owned it and the rights to 1PW, or so he thought, was Danny Rod. And he was on Twitter or Facebook going, how's this coming back? I own the rights to the company.
Good start.
So this might be the first start of a long, amazing comeback, like a phoenix from the flames.
You mean 1PW with the number? No, we've got the full word.
It's a
different thing altogether.
What is in the word one? Oh. I did see somebody go, wait, it's come back. Why is it not 2PW? And that horrible pun. Let's get to the next segment.
Everybody get excited for the Cultaholic Hall of Fame.
That's time for everyone's favourite segment, the Hall of Fame. The presses and the results from last week in condescending order. The cow from Bullock Club getting rescued from a swimming pool, 19%. Yeah, but I like reading it. I thought everyone else was going to go for the WrestleMania bit, so silly me. Pat McAfee, just in general, 27%. And Vince McMahon's Stone Cold Stunner Cell at WrestleMania 38, 54%. Ross back on top.
The streak is over. Get in! I finally won a Hall of Fame for the first time since December.
No!
The longest streak is over. I feel like running outside, but then everyone will be confused and I'll feel a bit ashamed, but I'm not going to celebrate in here. Get in!
Well done.
Sorry to headphone users. Come on! Shabba!
I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
Is it like running a thing? Are people just not...
It's been a thing there.
Have people just not voted for it?
Spectacular.
Yeah.
It has spectacularly backfired.
Missed the shot. Saved the flavor. Blue Moonlight Sky.
Spectacularly backfired to me, but we've pulled it round.
Ross got a bit desperate. Panic booking, as they call it in the business.
Oh, I heard about a lot of these. I heard about a lot of these.
Shut up!
I'm not going to say anything more.
It's gone and gone forever. So I'll take the victory. Thank you very much to all at patreon.com/Cultaholic. Never doubted your taste.
What have you got for us this week? Winner?
Well, we picked a wrestling one last week, so we'll go for a wrestling one this week. It's going to be one match and one match only. Well, we'll go for we'll label it the Kavorka of Wheeler Yuta. Because between his match, we'll get onto it a bit later during the This Week in Wrestling section, but between his match against Danielson with Regal on commentary, and this match here against Moxley on Rampage last week, and the blood, and the kicking out, and the reversals, and the not giving up, and then the shaking up the hand and writing BCC on his tits in blood. Unbelievable stuff. I'm going to go for the Kavorka of Wheeler Yuta. But mainly going for that match he had up last week, because it was a star. I think Tony Khan was on Twitter said it was a star-making thing, and we said for the longest time, didn't we? Good wrestler, but once again, it's one of those cases where it's a good wrestler, but not much else. Right? But now he is the much else. He's just got Kavorka, as LA Knight would say. Yeah. Let me talk to you.
Yeah. I completely agree with that pick. I was more excited for seeing Wheeler Yuta than I have been for seeing like Samoa Joe come back last week because of the build-up they've been doing with them.
It's that match when Regal's on commentary showing the little things he's doing, stopping Bryan doing his normal stuff, which made him seem like twice as good a wrestler.
It's like Ainsley Harriott telling you you're doing a good job making that lasagna. It's like, all right, thanks, and then just kicking out, and then kicking out, and then bleeding, and then all right, here's the end of the match. No, kicking out again. It's like, oh my god, and the Rampage crowd like, oh, we've got a proper main event. Oh my god. Yeah,
really good. Yeah, they've done a very good job with Yuta over the past few weeks. After a long time of, was it by design? Just having him go under the radar and be like, hello.
Yeah, because he was just
a wrestler.
He was just Trent's replacement. It's presenting Trent's replacement in Best Friends, Trent's mate Wheeler. He's like, all right.
It wasn't Trent's mate.
No.
Very much the opposite. He was the
Chuck's mate.
The young boy.
I thought he was Trent's mate.
I think so.
Trent's
Yeah,
been like,
nah. Trent's like, I never liked you anyway.
He just kept my seat warm. And I was like, oh. And now Trent's like,
Aye. Quite the competitor, that Trent Beretta.
He is.
As Regal kept saying on, I'm sure he can't say that, can he? Sure he had to rename Beretta.
But it is, yeah, I know about that.
Well, quite the competitor is Trent Beretta.
That's good. It just works so well.
It does. There's a lawsuit for that. There's a lawsuit there. That loud hoot. I've used hoot like Gallows does, just describing people as a hoot. Oh, is it? Hoot. We'll move on from that anyway. Who came second? Jack?
He certainly did.
Yeah, what's your pick?
Right. My pick.
So here we go. Here's Jack's mate replacement.
So my pick is a video that I'm sure a lot of people have probably seen by now, but in the downstairs office, right? I know the downstairs office gets a lot of flack on this podcast. However, in the downstairs office,
a weird place.
We hold this video to just like the highest regard because it is unbelievable, and it's quite local as well to you guys too, being that this video is from Sunderland. We even managed to track down where this person was and everything. But the video in question is about where.
Hang on, we can't play this.
It's been the words have been taken out. Please, Richard, show the clip.
I know.
Right, it's upside down, man.
How can I upside down, you stupid?
Oh, I know what this is.
So for everyone who isn't from the northeast of England, how can you have a sausage upside down? You stupid insert word here. Radio edit.
It's alright, the YouTube person won't understand the words coming out of the person's mouth anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
He's singing the SmackDown theme song.
we went on like a big dive. I can't remember what day it was this week, but we went on a dive. I think did you find who that person was?
Well, you know who that is?
We found out who he was on Twitter, and then Dan was trying to figure out where it was in Sunderland, where this place was. It's like, I think that's my old school in the background and everything. But
hang on, play the video again to see the background. What?
Look at
yeah, right.
Because I think just from how the building looks,
the colours.
I think he's figured out that it's like his old school.
Yeah.
And it's just. I like the little break between someone telling him that sausage is upside down. There's a break where he genuinely thinks about it for a second, actually, yeah, no, and then he just goes in. And there's like a follow-up video to this where he's a little bit calmer. He's like, no, but how can it be upside down? It's quite genuine. It's quite nice. And
again, figure out what you think. He's cooking sausages.
Yeah.
And so it's been told, hey, you put that. That's upside down. Which is such a dad thing to say, but clearly he's not appreciating the irony. So you've got to control your narrative.
But there's just a brief moment where he's clearly calculating whether this sausage is in fact upside down or not.
I mean, technically, it could be if one half of the sausage is cooked and that top side isn't.
Don't really.
We were like,
that could be construed as upside down.
This might have just been my own thought.
Yeah, I'll just say this because I'd put it in.
But can a sausage, when you put a sausage on a barbecue, like, think about it, you put a sausage on a barbecue.
Yeah.
Is the concave bit facing to the right, or would you put so like that bit? You know the bit where with the like a sausage is shaped like that, yeah.
All right.
So you got the concave bit, that bit. If that bit is facing to the right, I personally think that's the right way to put a sausage.
Oh yeah, that would.
Yeah.
Right.
So you, technically, if you put a sausage the other way,
get a straight sausage.
That's like, well,
yeah,
it depends.
Get Ric Flair sausage. Sorry, his bends to the left.
Yeah. So I was like, could a sausage technically be upside down? Especially if it's concave, right? You put it facing up, so the concave's like a rainbow on the barbecue. Technically, that could be an upside down sausage.
The sausage is raw before the barbecue. You can neither say it's upside down or the right way up.
Yeah.
When it's cooked on one side, then you can go, oh, it's upside here. You put it the other way down.
Yeah, I get it.
I think
that's fair enough. This is the great debate.
Yeah.
Right now.
Let us know what you think about upside down sausages in the comments down below. Can a sausage be upside down before it's cooked?
You stupid little insert.
But no, that's up there with is it another lad who's on a roof? It looks like a really small bike shed roof. He's getting worried. It's like, oh no, I can feel it come apart. And you know what one it is. And the guy goes, like, don't put your weight on it. He's looking at it going, oh my God, put my weight on it. Ow! Put my feet on it. You're yelling and really angry. Don't put your weight on any of your feet.
I thought the Metro video was coming up there. What you were going to say?
Oh,
no,
that was
very
classic.
good.
You can't. That's just a fantastic video.
And also, run along, sing a song.
What's that?
Next to a master pylon.
Magic
Goodbye, right? Yeah.
Off his lips, isn't he?
Yeah.
In the middle of the night. Is it the middle of the night?
No, I think it's Dave. It's a really old little video.
You haven't seen it?
Oh, I haven't seen this. Oh, this is alright. This is safe. This is safe.
This for your modest conversation. So basically, there's a guy. This was around when I was in high school. This ages ago. Basically, a guy on his bicycle. He's off his bonds on, I don't know, insert hallucinogenic.
On happiness. That's right. Yes.
I forget. It's been years since I've seen it. Like I forget any of the quotes from the video itself. But
sing a song. Next door. I get the words out. Sorry.
I ain't even seen this, but it's amazing.
My coat is mostly nylon.
I just realised like Kenny Omega selling during a wrestling match.
Yeah. Oh, it's 1 million hits now. Yes, I'm so happy. July 06.
Oh my God. YouTube was around then.
It was.
This guy had a really high-tech phone for that period.
Yeah. It was mad on it back then when we watched a video like this. They could make out everything that was on there. Now, like, it's such low def.
Yeah. Do not adjust your screens.
Right, we're sitting here watching this and
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
When we get back to normal things.
Well, my pick, I'm trying to see where this goes. I'm trying to be too sentimental here, but I think it's alright and permissible on this occasion. 2 days ago, the passing away of Gilbert Gottfried, a legendary comedian and a piece of work. You most know him for being the voice of Iago from Aladdin and just refusing to commit or be normal or try not to offend anybody with his comments because... Right, so the period, because of the success of Aladdin, where he was...
Will you be my freeze? New Mike's Hard Freeze. All the flavor without the break freeze.
Was in the mainstream. But wow, look at the cast of that film, amazing, it's great, yeah, cool. Oh yeah, and hi, me. It's like, oh yeah, we know him, yeah, Gilbert Gottfried, right? So, I believe that people say that this is the exact moment his brush with greatness ended. He was asked to do an award show. What's the TV one? It's at the Emmys.
Yeah.
So, the Emmys award show, and I think it went along the lines of it came out. The voice of Iago the Parrot from Aladdin will now give the award for the best TV show. Yay! You know, and all this. All I need to do is just go out and tell a few little, family-friendly jokes. Instead, he goes out and goes,
Pee Wee Herman was arrested for masturbating in a dirty cinema. I didn't realize masturbation was illegal. If it is, I'll be on death row.
Okay, that was Gilbert Godfrey. Thank you very much. Back to playing the comedy clubs now. Thank you very much. And yeah, just mind part of my life just in the background, because you would either be voicing some cartoon because of that voice. I mean, you got around a lot, or telling stand-ups or being at roasts, getting told off, telling very inappropriate jokes that I couldn't possibly say here on the podcast, and just being him and being defiant and being legendary in how cheap he was. Probably go to like parties and whatever and goes, "Is anyone eating this?" And just put like food in his bag.
He does right.
Yeah, he knew. Yeah, and just him passing away, so something like that. There's someone on Twitter put Gilbert Gottfried passed away like how he lived, too soon. So yeah, so I'm putting him in because yeah, ever listen to him outside of Aladdin?
No, one of the more recent things that I found out, and I don't know if it's true or not, is interviews with him where he's basically people calling it like his normal voice, like it wasn't always his actual voice that was put on, and but he never wanted people to see those things because he just wanted people to believe that he was always like on all the time and like that. But other than Aladdin, I'm sure he must have done some. Did he do some like Warner Brothers cartoon stuff as well? I can't even.
Oh,
remember.
he did a lot. I mean, he did Mr. Blip from Superman. Lots of
Yes.
shoes.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon? That's the idea of his name. It's supposed to be, because then you get rid of him by getting him to say his name backwards. I think. And
So you got you. Think about it.
Aye.
Yeah.
Say no.
Shame.
So I'd be like, "Hey, Mister, can you do us a favour? Read over the tannoy. Someone's illegally parked. All right, can I, Mister? Go to. Oh, that's binary. Never a dull moment with him, right?
He now plays Seth Rollins in the WWE. That's like your impersonation there.
Oh, right. Yeah, because I just really liked his voice. Sorry, his character acting voice, whatever. He's Affleck the Duck. For a big major thing in America.
Yeah, I only knew him from that speech about Pee Wee Herman, to be honest. I knew the name,
you knew that?
So my first exposure to anything outside of that was your retweet the other day when he was on that show with the boxes.
Oh, he's on Hollywood Squares, and yeah, they kept on getting the wrong answer or whatever, and he kept going, "You fool!"
Really, how quick he was in that though.
He was funny,
fantastic. Yeah,
yeah, and he was also given the award of like ugliest man in America or world, and he went to get it in person. He went, "Thank you very much." What's his eyes shut for some reason? I don't know why, but yeah.
Let's take out he did that voice all the time though.
Well, he was doing his acting way, I guess.
Yeah, he wasn't an ugly man.
I can't even remember what he looks like.
To me,
not a parrot.
He looks
Not a
like
parrot.
Charlie Sheen's brother from 2.5 Men. That's what
Oh, okay.
Sort of similar to Alan.
Yeah.
There it is.
Alan,
you know, it's way uglier than him now.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like someone photoshopped his face onto it.
Someone said draw Alan from 2.5 Men from memory. Gilbert Gottfried.
So yeah, thank you Gilbert for the memories. The little offensive get. So that's my pick. Gilbert Gottfried is my pick for the Hall of Fame. Jack's is the Kavorkia of Wheeler Yuta.
I'm Ross.
No, that's Ross.
He's
Ross. You said
I know me and Jack look very similar.
God. Yeah.
I'm so used to doing it in that order. I did me first, which I never do. It's thrown us off completely. The Kavorkia of Wheeler Yuta by Ross. And as Andrew's replacement is, how we're going to word this now for Patreon people, bearing in mind that there are people who vote on Patreon without looking at this video. So if they go by the text alone.
How can a flipping sausage be upside down, you stupid little insert?
Can you write that down, please, Richard?
Yeah, did you hear all that?
And I'll ask you for it after the podcast. Goals for
yes. And those 3 picks can be picked and voted for at patreon.com/cultaholic. Place your bet now. Hope we'll get it done right after this podcast and not like hours before the next week's podcast goes live.
Hey, that happens once every blue moon.
Yes, it does.
That's not very often, isn't it? Every blue moon.
It should never be a thing.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a lot on. Sorry.
Oh no, I sound good, cheesy.
Sorry,
I feel
like
bad.
you.
This week in the wrestling. It's this bloody week in the wrestling.
This week in wrestling.
Before we start, right, we need to make it transparent. Right, Andrew has just admitted he doesn't watch NXT 2.0 all the time.
No.
To which I've said, what's wrong with you? It's the best bit. and he's gone, hey, oh, hey, 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 oh, hey.
Exactly like that.
Best bit, he says there, there, best bit, he says, he's taking to piss. And I'm like, no, it actually is the best bit of the week. It's the bit that gives you the most to speak about each and every week. It is fantastic. It's gone so far the other way. I was thinking about this the other day. NXT 2.0 is not as good as NXT Black and Gold circa 15 to 19, but it is better circa 19 to 21.
I'll go with that.
All right, yeah, no, that's fair enough.
No, it's good for this podcast. If I did this podcast, I would never watch it.
Oh, bro, love it, me.
I mean, there was
Stockholm syndrome.
There was a good match.
Anyway, we'll get on to that.
Who cares about the wrestling?
So it doesn't matter about the wrestling.
About the gimmicks.
Elton Prince
and
the artist formerly known as John.
Hey, did Rick Steiner survive? That's what I've been wondering all week long.
Apparently, we'll get there.
Every day I got out of my bed and I thought, what's Rick Steiner doing this week?
We'll get there.
We will. Also, shout out, almost forgot about this, I'll do it in this segment, to that one Asda driver who said hello as I was coming in. He went, hello Matthew, and I went, oh, hello, do I know you? He went, no, I'm the Asda driver. I'm the guy who honked at Jack when he was in Gateshead, and Jack tweeted, you know you've made it when Asda drivers are honking at you. He struck again. He's going to keep on honking and delivering Asda goods until he's honked at everybody who works here at Cultaholic. He's got bingo, so...
Oh.
So there we go. Thought I'd name drop you. Thank you very much, pal.
Name drop you. The Asda driver.
Well, I said, what's your name? He just says, no, I'm just saying I'm this dude. He doesn't want to give his name. It's like, alright, mate.
What was that two Ronnie skit from back in the day? The Phantom Tickler? A Phantom Farter? What was it? Two Ronnies? Oh, whatever.
All I remember is
the Phantom Asda driver.
Yeah. I'm going to quickly Google that while you start.
No worries. So I'm doing SmackDown, so it's a bit no one cares about. Ronda Rousey addresses WrestleMania and Charlotte Flair. Instead of complaining about the referee,
the Phantom Raspberry Blower.
She simply said her mom, M-O-M, she's American, taught her you have to beat the best on your worst day twice. And she's only beaten Flair once, and that's on her.
Yeah.
So instead of whining, she's back for more. And she came with a challenge for an I Quit match at WrestleMania Backlash. Yes, that is the name of Backlash, by the way, for people who don't watch these shows. Charlotte says, nah. Ronda says Charlotte will scream, I quit. Charlotte's like, no.
Yeah. This was a bit of a weird segment because Ronda definitely does start off a bit pissy, even though Charlotte just outsmarted her because she's the queen at WrestleMania and everywhere else as well. But yeah, then she pulled around saying your mum says you got to beat people twice on your worst day, and I was like, fair enough. You don't have to beat her once now.
That sounds more like a way to unlock a character in a video game than actual real life advice.
Maybe something does happen if you beat Charlotte Flair twice. Has anyone ever beaten Charlotte Flair twice? I assume somebody might have.
Someone must have done, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Sasha and Becky tapped her out twice in matches. So.
There we go.
They are.
Look at Sasha now. Right?
Women's tag champion. Look at her now.
Right,
there you go.
Becky. Look at her now. A working mother. The second working mother in WWE history. As she put that interview right off Gorilla Position podcast.
I didn't see that.
It's like, you're the first ever working woman to be on Raw Women's Champion. Yes. He doesn't speak that at all. And she's like,
the distinguished Gorilla podcast. Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm not. It's Asuka. I had no idea Asuka was a mother.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
Ah.
But Becky put her right. Play him right. Sorry.
There you go.
Got him.
Got him.
So it was an alright segment though.
It's just Ronda and Charlotte have been great on the mic since it started, and this was no different.
Yeah, this is what we've been saying for a while, isn't it? Just less talking, more slapping.
Drops off at the end. That was a bit. There was no like actual just aggression in a voice towards the end.
Oh, there never is. These days.
I know there's not, and it's weird. It's so weird because the crowd always seems quite hot for Ronda when she comes out, and like quite invested in her. But it feels like she just doesn't feed off their energy, and then it just fell off, and then she just chucked the mic on the floor, and that's it.
Do you think that's why they're having an I Quit match? Because that's the only things the mic will need to say.
Maybe actually, yeah.
When I hear the fighting spirit, I think about pushing towards something that you want to achieve.
Maybe actually, yeah.
Or is it I Quit? I Quit.
Wasn't it?
I Quit. That's how she quits. She just quits.
not in any pain.
Screaming. Just I Quit. It is weird because she came back as a heel at the Rumble, definitely, because she wasn't smiling or anything like that, like she was in years gone by.
No, she's a face.
She smiled.
Oh no!
She smiled
listen to the interviews with the woman, man.
The woman.
You're supposed to know this sort of stuff, for goodness' sake. We're wrestling journalists around this table. came back
Allegedly.
as a baddie. She wasn't smiling. She didn't give a toss about the people, all their opinions. And then organically they started cheering her again, but she went along with the sort of. Now she's gone back a little bit. It's weird. She doesn't know what she is.
Yeah.
She's neither here nor there. You know what I mean?
Neither fish nor fowl. It's Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, just let them fight though.
Yeah.
Xavier Woods versus Butch. A competitive match between two NXT originals saw Woods avenge New Day's horrible loss at to Sheamus and Rich Holland at WrestleMania by defeating Butch in singles competition. After the match, Butch teed off his own teammates before perching himself on the top rope and pouting.
There's a lot to unpack in this segment because Xavier and Kofi think they're in AEW because they think it's January now after WrestleMania and all the win-loss records get reset as if they matter a jolt in the WWE. It was weird watching Butch wrestle like Pete Dunne, but a bit more like Scrappy-Doo than normal.
Yeah.
He did a lot of Pete Dunne's manoeuvres, but early on it was a lot more scrappy as well. But it is weird how he can do joint manipulation, but he can't control his emotions when he's stood at ringside. He needs to go one way or t'other. He's like Ronda Rousey, you know what he is, he doesn't know, you know, jazz hands. I thought it was a good little match though.
Yeah.
With a bollocks ending, as it mostly is on WTV. And I thought the slapping of Botch and Bitch was quite good. I thought it was quite badass until Michael Cole shouted, "Butch is throwing a temper tantrum, guys." And then when he was sat on the top rope looking like a child, Michael Cole says, "Child."
Child.
Yeah. He's on the naughty step, is Butch. But why before we go started by laughing at Butch? How do you feel about your lad, Ridge Holland?
Ridge Holland, I never. When he was first in NXT, I was like, oh, Yorkshire guy, that's buzzing, like, and then, but just nothing ever, he never really, like, grabbed me or anything like that.
You mean to say that not all Yorkshiremen sit in the pub watching Sheamus with money in bank?
In Liversedge. We all sit in the same pub in Liversedge and watch Sheamus win stuff. It's like, I just don't. I like the little call to the Bruiserweight when Xavier Woods was, like, talking to him before they started the match and that, and he was like, I got back off the plane from G4, went into the gym, you know, you could say I bruised the weights and all that. I was like, oh, so they're kind of hinting a little bit to it. And like you said, he's still got some of his moves and that, hasn't he? But it's just like a scrappy dog. He's like a chihuahua. Yeah. He's like a chihuahua that's just like, you know, when they've got, what's it called, big dog syndrome or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And they're just
Shane
barking.
McMahonism.
Yeah.
No,
like,
anytime you see like parks, like dogs in the park where the owners, it's always the little dog going. The dog 10 times the size of Biddle's like.
That's what it feels like, you know. But yeah, as for Ridge Holland, I'm neither here nor there with him.
Oh man, alive, that's heartbreaking to hear.
Really?
You're from Ridge Country.
I know I am, but until he proves himself a bit more, I just
You're not getting the button out for him.
No. Sorry, pal.
Anyway, it's a shame to see these stereotypical depictions of people in our own country. Just stereotyped in this weird, almost out of date stereotypes.
I don't know.
Of some country. Disgusting.
Drew Galloway's up
Ludwig Kaiser. No, Marcel Bartel was not good enough for the lad in Imperium. Changed the name from Axel Dieter Jr. specifically, because that's a very famous wrestler back in the day. Now 2/3 of Imperium have left NXT. Obviously splitting up after the Italian lad went Arrivederci. So they've gone on there. Obviously, Walter changed his name to Gunther a while ago. Again, makes sense in the WWE branding kind of way, but after having him as Walter for so many years, we've been through this, done the death. Yeah. So he's debuted on SmackDown. Now it's Diet Gunther.
Yeah, he's really lean, man.
Lean, mean, chopping machine. And his assistant, his colleague, Ludwig Kaiser. It's so gloriously over the top.
Can you tell where he's from?
No, where is he from? All the way from Birmingham, Ludwig Kaiser.
I'm surprised not mention the name that was, because I was going to make a point of hammering the dirty sheets with this story, because in the hours before SmackDown, it came up the initial plan was apparent, I don't know who reported this, I forget, sorry, but Ludwig Klaus was meant to be the original name for him, and people googled Ludwig Klaus after the whole Gunther thing, and found that was some sort of reference to a man of the war from back in the day. I can't remember.
A lot of people in the war.
And I was like, well then he appeared as Ludwig Kaiser, So Ludwig Klaus was never a thing, but people are using the Ludwig Klaus thing against Ludwig Kaiser, even though they're two different things. And I was like,
I think that's just been a bit
yeah, it's a bit. That's a downside of the Dirty Sheets because they were reporting a thing that was never a thing.
Yeah.
But because they said it was a thing, people will look at the thing that was the thing with the thing that wasn't a thing, and bash the thing that was a thing because the thing that wasn't a thing.
It's got it.
Getting into philosophy.
I stand for.
This is triggers brooms. Ludwig Kaiser.
It's just about for the second week in a row to go. I stand for WWE.
Oh, is that like the thing? Mine's about the Hall of Fame, wasn't it? Every time I see it online, either ironic or non-ironic, I laugh my ass.
But
anyway,
the match itself against Joe Alonso was absolutely fantastic. I think it was a pitch perfect debut appearance for Gunther in the ring, because the stuff over the top rope where he bends him over, but
go on. You're painting a pretty picture so far.
He hooks his leg over the top rope and sort of drapes him down and twats him with his hand. The chop in the middle of the ring, the slam where he just goes like really quickly. I thought it was the perfect debut match for Gunther. So they've set the precedent now. He's still Walter, but he's called Gunther, and he wears red instead of black now.
Yeah,
because reasons. It's a good start.
Yeah. It's so weird because he's practically a new character now. Even though I have this established, which is more what they used to do. Obviously, before Triple H came in and go, hey, you know that guy in the Indies? Here he is doing the exact same gimmick, with the exact same name, but now WWE's like, we're not doing that Triple H strategy anymore. So now it's like, here's a new dude. Even though he has a catalogue of already WWE stuff, it's like hip, he's new, he's changed, he's lost a lot of weight. Here he is. So the reaction to him was like that, which was surprising, considering it should have been, oh my god, it's Volder, we know who it is, and it's just, hi, it's Gunther with a new name and new tights, new theme, which I'll get because it's already in the, I think it should be copyright free, right? It's at least 400 years old, so
they can make money off it.
I'll make money off it, right, of course.
But like, you think, I mean, they obviously did know who he was, because at one point they were chanting Walter, and then Pat McAfee was like, there's the Gunther chant.
He loves doing that.
Who was it a while ago? Something similar.
I forget what it was.
It wasn't too long ago anyway when he was doing it.
That was it. It was at Naomi and Natalia, and they were in a place that does cheese, green, something like that. But like Naomi said, like, your cheese sucks, and they started chanting that. They're like, oh, lots of chants for Naomi.
So you'd think there would be a little bit more gusto from the audience when he comes out, but
Gunther, a lot more Gunther.
It's just like ironic Walter, and I'm like, no, he's good. Yeah, like, don't mock him.
That slap. No one else is doing that slam on SmackDown. That was my second place, my move of the week this week.
Whoa!
The velocity was incredible.
It's beautiful.
The power was second to none. I don't know why I'm picking this up here. I don't work for the World Wrestling Federation.
Sure.
Wish I did though, Wish I did.
Well, if you can't be bothered travelling, in September I hear they're doing
rock up and be wrestling gear.
September Slam.
Give us a match.
Amazing.
I'm ready. This is the Ross Tweddle era. See, I can do it. Like every promo.
That's right.
This is my show.
Why have I joined Cardiff Mania? I don't owe any of you an explanation. Anyway, backstage, Sami Zayn talked to Adam Pearce about his WrestleMania loss. Managed to put his own foot in his mouth. Says, all right, I'll find the next wrestler who walks through this door. And then Drew McIntyre walks through and goes, all right, next person who walks through this door. Classic.
He's good, isn't Sami?
Classic.
He's good.
WWE's on a roll.
Yeah.
I'm not being ironic.
No, I agree. I think he's good. I think I remember him talking about recently, like, a good wrestler can do everything. Like, he's really diverse, and I think that's just Sami in it.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, right there.
It's interesting you bring it up because I've been doing a tier list of every single WrestleMania ever, right? Going through match by match and stuff, and went back to 36, and he has that match where he's booked like a manager, like Bobby the Brain would have been booked back in the day against Daniel Bryan, where he runs away for the entire match, but then ends up winning. Just to prove Andrew's point there, that he literally, despite being one of the best professional wrestlers in the world, when he's booked not to be, can still pull it off very well as well.
Right.
Which is what he did in this match against Drew as well. Just to bring it full circle.
Well, the amount of travelling he did back in there, it's picked up from so many different places that he worked at. It's good to see him get to use all the styles he knows.
Yeah.
Backstage, Kayla Braxton introduced the latest SmackDown star, the 10-foot-tall Raquel Rodriguez, formerly Gonzalez, who a week ago was tag champ in NXT.
Yeah. And then that changed very quickly.
There is no way, I don't know if Richard wants to get a picture up there, of just Raquel Rodriguez and Kayla Braxton from last week's SmackDown, but there is no way Kayla Braxton is that small.
Mad, isn't it?
I don't know
the way they frame these, man, honestly.
I don't know how they pulled it off. Because
the camera's on the floor at this point to get these shots.
I can't. You just need the still
She's got
images.
Cody, she's got the Cody.
Don't play the video. Don't play the video. Don't do it.
Don't do it, man.
Look at
That's insane. That's ridiculous.
Someone made a compilation of Kayla stood next to like other wrestlers, and she's. I swear she's nearly as tall as Charlotte, who's one of the taller lasses they've got. It's weird how they've done that. She must just have incredibly big shoes on in Kayla's bed.
Yeah.
I imagine her.
Oh, she's like Water. She changes shape whatever time she put her in. So amazing ability to have an interviewer.
But I thought it was a decent.
Oh, I know what she's doing. The
Tomspiracy.
Tomspiracy.
Yeah. What's that?
Oh,
Tom Phillips used to stand legs akimbo to make the wrestlers look as
Oh,
tall as him.
yeah.
Because they panned out one time and he was doing it. He's like, oh, so I have to like zoom in. So it's like Elvis showing from the waist up. So he's just like, oh, like, hello. And that's pretty much as serious as he looked as well. And so she's there, she's talking, like, yeah, it's great being on SmackDown, I have a name change so everyone knows who the hell I am, that's great. And then Los Lotharios are like, hello.
Kiss kiss. Like a kissy wizzy.
In French.
Yeah.
Would you like the kissy wizzy?
Good morning. And then she was like, is this what we have to put up with on SmackDown? It's like,
I thought I was badass.
And Raw. You've got to put up with it on Raw, yeah.
Are they on Raw?
Yeah, they were on the 24/7 segment.
Were they? Oh, yeah, they
were.
were.
Skip that. Cool. I mean, I watched
it. Oh, man.
I say that because I know it's Raw.
We're getting to some monumental happenings in the 24/7 division.
But never mind that. Happy talk with Happy Corbin and Madcap Moss. Happy is sad. Madcap is happy. Whoa, this is great. Oh, we're all sat down, right? Alright, cool. Corbin blamed his loss to Drew McIntyre on Moss and claimed he was too busy making WrestleMania all about him. Because, of course, Madcap Moss won the Andre the Giant Battle Memorial by pressing R2 at the right time. Finn Balor jumped out.
I'm going to say this again. I say this on the tail as I did. Did you realise that when people say armbar, it's because they've made it Andre Rusev. What's his second surname? Rusev?
Oh, is that what it is?
AR Memorial Battle Royal. That's why people say armbar. I've been writing out in scripts and that. Armbar, as in armbar.
That's what I thought.
Submission hold, but no, ARMBR. I learned that this week. It's only taken 7 years.
It took me ages because I was
8 years.
like, how can it be Andre the Giant Battle when it's like Andre the Giant, so ATG, and I was like, I don't get it. I don't get where all the abbreviations are coming from.
There you go.
Anyway, as WrestleMania Icon said, anyway, it was the Andrew the Giant.
He did. Yeah. Thank you for referencing me there, WWE. I appreciate it.
Corbin makes Madcap make jokes to cheer him up. They don't work. So then he says, make a joke like your job depends on it. And he doesn't like that either. So Madcap then slanders Happy and their divorce is served.
Yes. It was a heart-wrenching segment. It was the little things as well, right? Because I don't know if you noticed, but the balloons at the foot of the shot, they weren't fully inflated. Just like Happy Corbin's being. His mood, the balloons mirrored his mood. They said co-rats.
Yeah.
Didn't say congrats.
Pat McAfee pointed out. It was great.
Yeah.
This would just be getting cinematography awards if this was any other program.
Yeah, fantastic. Little things AJ Styles used to say, and this was an example of that. Symbolism is what it's called, what it might be called. At WrestleMania 15, when Bossman's getting hung, he shouted, "Is it symbolism?" No, it's not. He's getting hung by the head. Anyway, I enjoyed
getting hanged. I'm sure Bossman and his family were very happy, but he was hanged at that point.
I always get that wrong. Hanged and hung.
So it like sounds like they told me you was hung,
and they was right.
Nice joke from Madcap Moss here. He was like, "What would you call Adam Pearce if he ran a brothel? Put the kids to bed, everybody. To be called Madam Pearce." Hey, it's good that one, isn't it?
Got him. That was rubbish. No?
Madam Pearce.
Do you have to be a madam to run a brothel?
I assume that's what the position's called.
Yeah.
Did Vince McMahon get them a cracker one time when he was 7?
Victorian time.
Madam.
I don't know how this has happened, but the crowd were playing along with the final.
Yeah, they were getting it.
The Whopper, where he's like where Corbin's the punchline, and I don't know how we've got to this point, but it's worked. The Madcap Moss Happy Corbin tandem has worked in making Madcap Moss a babyface.
The pop was insane.
It was.
It was ridiculous.
I don't know how we've got to this point, but I'm all for it. They've done well, the lads.
Yeah, we'll see where we go from here. Because
You don't look convinced.
No, I'm listening to you two get into it.
Yeah.
Nice.
What can you do?
I was trying to think, like, I just thought, in my head, I was painting a segment where he goes, from now on, I am unhappy Corbin.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen, right? That's gonna happen.
Except Titantron, his graphic just goes. Oh, yeah.
Good segment.
Yeah, good segment.
Get one of those things, you know, like the graphics in the air, where it's just Happy Corbin's face, but it's sad. It just turns into a frown.
Yeah. Literally just gets to the sides of his mouth and turns it. Drew McIntyre versus Sami Zayn. Sami dodges a claymore and runs away through the crowd. McIntyre ominously pointed Angela at Zayn. Close out the segment. Zayn then went on Twitter and went, "No, you don't understand. It was a strategy. I was not running away. Wasn't getting the count out. Loss."
Classic stuff.
Yeah.
The segment felt a bit unfinished though because Sammy didn't get his comeuppance. But then again, this is weekly episodic professional wrestling. I'm having a stroke today. Weekly
I
episodic
like that. You
professional
sounded like an
wrestling.
American saying it. Episodic. I love you. Yeah, just good old Sammy stuff.
Classic wrestling.
Lacey Evans returns in a video. She details her childhood with her dad who suffered from addiction, her journey to WWE. That doesn't make me better than any other superstar, but they damn sure ain't better than me. And this was like, the cynic in me was going, okay, they're trying really hard to go deep in the family and the negative stuff in her life and all this come back, because the last time we saw her, she was shagging Ric Flair to death.
She was pregnant with Ric Flair's
Yeah,
child.
she was pregnant.
Right, she's had the baby, by the way. Congratulations, Lacey and Rick.
Yep. It's already in debt. So, sorry about that. Only way is up. But then she's like, so she went like, she's getting tearful and upset and all that stuff. And I thought, this is a bit much, isn't it? But I was like, oh, they really need to point out, no, just forget all that other stuff. She's not Lacey Evans anymore. We've changed that. We've done a 180. You never see that again. But by the end of the segment, again, just a video, the crowd were like, yay, Lacey, yeah. So, hey, well done.
It's working.
I enjoyed the delivery because it wasn't like a wrestling promo. I had a
Go on.
I don't.
had a
You know what I mean?
substance.
I had a dad with substance issues, man. I wasn't. I had a dad with substance issues, but I fought through that. I joined the military, and now I'm here in the World Wrestling Federation to take down the Iron Sheik. Wasn't like that. It was delivered very subtly.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, Iron Sheik.
I'd like it felt real in her delivery. She was sort of wilding up the time.
Let me tell you something.
You know what I mean, though? It wasn't delivered like a wrestling promo. It was different.
Yeah, I agree.
All the way through, I was just thinking, she is a real American. Fight for the rights of every woman. You try some things sometimes, Andrew. Sometimes they don't.
I think that works pretty good.
What did you make
Pretty
of the
good.
promo?
I thought it was. I thought it was really good. Like the stuff before, like the Southern Belle stuff, never really like clicked with me back in the day. And obviously, did anybody like the Ric Flair story?
There was one part of the sassy Southern Belle that did click with me, and that's when she was on Twitter going to OAP homes.
What?
And she was looking at them through the window going, "Hey, you can't have this piece of ass. Like, look at how thin I am."
Is that true?
She was there with her daughter at the window of these OAP homes going, "Look at how sexy and sassy and southern I am. Hey, you'll never get this." That was fantastic.
Oh, I wish we.
Yeah, never made TV though, I don't think.
Oh. That's
Don't
such
think
a
it did.
shame.
Shame.
Yeah, that's some good content there.
I liked it. It's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing what she does now as a babyface. I want to see her and Ronda Rousey go at it. Actually, I think that'd be pretty good.
God.
Why?
It's because it'd be funny.
You're having trouble sleeping. Sasha Banks takes on Liv Morgan. Liv wins, by God, by countering a superplex into a small package. Bloody hell.
Like that.
Yeah, it wasn't made clear why Rhea Ripley wasn't there. I'm sure one of the commentators said she's in protocol, whatever that means.
No, that was on Raw.
Was that on Raw?
Yeah, that was on Raw.
Yeah,
This week, she just got asked backstage in Gorilla before she goes out. She's just like, "Oh, is Rhea with you tonight?" And she's like, "No, she's not here with me
Maybe
tonight."
the part of it all started or whatever. But yeah, but obviously Raw was supposed to be on there because last week they asked for the tag title shot and they went, yeah, sure.
Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret the things we didn't buy?
Or the places we didn't go?
they went, yeah, sure, no one else is challenging, but no one else wants the...
Even though they just split up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just split up, whatever.
Shayna and Natalia, shout out to those two for watching TV weirder than anyone ever has before. The angle was incredible, even more acute than normal.
Card tricks and that. She nearly drops the card at one point, but she brings it back. She's good. She's good.
That's why she's the boat.
I thought it was a really nice little match up there. Liv holding her own against Sasha Banks, which is a good thing because Sasha's one of the best ones.
Yep.
One of the best ones.
One of the best ones.
Nice transitions with the teddy bear roll thing, and I like the way Liv won because you cannot be in her role as like the underdog babyface, but lose all the time. You get that win.
I was going to say because she's done nothing but lose since 2021.
She's getting that tattoo. The Riot Squad's debut.
Oh dear.
Oh, got the guard, yeah.
I was in his long moves. I thought it was a good match.
Yeah, me too. I liked it. I really, really liked the ending. As you were saying, like the underdog ending, and I don't think I've seen that too often. You know, from the superplex and then into the just like a quick.
I was going to say you see people trying it.
Yeah.
But it's nice. It's like, oh, that'll be a great finish.
Actually got it, so it was surprising and yeah, really good. It's one of them things. We see momentum with Liv, don't we? And then we see it cut off straight away. So I'm hoping they build her up again somehow, somewhere. See what happens. I don't know. I don't even know.
It's great. It's like Jack's here. And then I'm doing a point, and I've finished my point, but I've not done it in a proper way. End the sentence, and I have to keep on going. Look around for a lifeline.
Yes, it's like WWE promo class, because famously Vince McMahon likes that that full stop at the end of the promo, that final line.
I need to finish my sentence.
So at the end of every one of your points now in this segment, you need to finish with your catchphrase, which will be what?
Done.
There you go.
Just so you know that it's done. I'm bad at this. What am I doing?
In the main event segment, Roman Reigns details the next step on the island of relevancy. Why SmackDown? He said. On Raw he said watch SmackDown, and on SmackDown he didn't say much about himself.
No.
Instead, he wants the Usos to go to Raw and win their tag titles too, so they've got all the titles. And then Nakamura shows up, correctly point out, hang on, the Usos injured me partner, I want revenge. And Reigns goes, you know what, I can understand, that's got to hurt really. I mean, I've got a friend too and he was injured.
The island of relevancy is filled with love.
Yeah.
The piss-taking bastard.
Oh. Well look, how you doing Nakamura? And then he knackered Nakamura right in front of him. But even better though, Nakamura, who's just been Boog's assistant and car salesman for months on end, aka that guy who has the IC title but never bloody defends it, came out and crowd were like, yay! Like, oh, that's good. That's a nice, healthy response. So that could go places for the next pay-per-view thing, just for Roman Reigns to do something. Yeah. And again, because Nakamura's got their tag partner, or car, apparently.
Or chance of winning.
Yeah. Chance of winning. So he might as well.
Why the hell not? There's no one else, is there? I think it's like they pulled it around with obviously the injury that happened at WrestleMania and the feud they had with the Usos and stuff. A nice callback from Reigns during this, and he's like, "Oh, we built Jey Uso to be the main event net." A nice callback to the Thunderdome era. Remember that period of time? It was lovely. Making the best of a Boog situation.
No. Again?
Done.
Do you think Nakamura plays like best of sad music when he drives in that car he's paid to drive?
Just looking longingly at the passenger seat.
And he's not, and there's just the guitar in there.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's like the other Fast and Furious. Looks over and he's like, as he drives off, he goes, "I'm only injured, I'll be back soon."
Yeah, well, weird promo from Reigns though. Like, watch SmackDown, I'm gonna say everything, and he says no about himself. He's such a heel. What a bastard, eh?
That's why he's on WWE Evil.
I can't wait for WWE Nice. Just Ricky Steamboat going, "Oh yes, he's a lovely fella."
I'd bring my family to every match and no one could relate to us. It's like, oh great. Ripley's out partying with like 6 blonde lasses like, "Here's my family, small child." Oh great, Ricky.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm rooting for you.
Is Steamboat the only like eternal baby face?
Yeah, never turned heel.
Yeah,
never
the only one.
Even Rey Mysterio was a baddie in Filthy Animals for a bit.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Sting?
He tried to turn heel on Hogan in '99, and the crowd went, "Yay!" So the debate. When was Wolfpack? Again, they were cool heels.
They were cool.
Yeah, they were.
Joker, Sting, and TNA.
I guess, yeah.
People would still cheer him to stings someone.
And it was the best sting ever.
I love people saying that. No one who I was watching TNA was saying that at the time. And now, retroactively, this is great, this. Anyway, speaking of this is great, this, and done, Rampage.
Yeah.
Trent Beretta versus Bryan Danielson. Danielson wins a competitive match with the LeBell Lock, which is French for the Bell Lock. Sorry.
It's a feminine word, is it?
Oh, yeah. So,
Labelle, not Lebel.
Labelle.
Is it Labelle or Lebel?
No, Le is the feminine.
Is it feminine?
Yeah, Ellie is feminine. Is it?
Ellie's masculine. LA is feminine, isn't it?
LA Knight is very masculine.
Shut! All right.
Shut
La's feminine. La's feminine.
Oh, God, no, is La feminine?
I got a B at GCSE, right? I know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Here we go, Richard. It might be, actually.
I'm sure La's feminine.
La versus Le.
I used to know this.
But you put fight,
I used to know this. I'm so.
There you go. Masculine and feminine objects. It was Le for masculine.
Oh, okay.
Ross is French.
Ross is very French. It's a French.
Zut alors.
It was cool to hear the crowd going, "You're gonna get your effing head kicked in." I thought in this match, I thought it was a nice little touch there. William Regal again on commentary, making things seem better than they actually are. He's on about how
really good
evil Bryan is, but saying even though Regal spit around himself, he's like, even though I'm very sadistic, Bryan is even more sadistic, and then this one Bryan's doing evil things. This makes everything seem so much more bigger. An interesting spot where they had Trent land on Bryan's head from the top rope. I thought that was a little bit weird for who was involved in the match. Yeah.
Wrestlers.
And then Regal's on about the reverse grab it, which when listening to it back the second time, I realised it just meant the fact he's doing that. Yeah. It's not a reverse, like a move called the reverse. The grab it. Yeah. The finish was lovely and horrible. Lovely and horrible at the same time.
Lovely and horrible. Yeah, exactly.
He's dead good, isn't he, as well as Regal? Just putting over the wrestlers that the people from the Blackpool Combat Club are in the ring with as well. Like during Rampage, he makes Yuta look amazing, and he makes Trent look amazing as well. Like he's so perfect, and there's always like hints that he wants those people to come into the Combat Club as well, and I like that too because obviously we saw that with Yuta, but like who else could be in there? It's quite interesting.
Scouting. Again, read Regal's book the second time because what an amazing tone that is. But even in 05 when that book was published, he was putting over Bryan Danielson.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a long-term love affair.
Yeah.
And again, because Danielson wears the what colour would you call that?
Maroon, baby.
Maroon.
Claret.
It was later on, right? The claret colour because Regal wore that. To direct tribute to him.
That's really cool.
I really appreciate people. It's like Lou Tez going, I hate modern wrestling, I hate what Hulk Hogan turned into. I'm really touched that Steve Austin uses my move though. Oh wait, one of the biggest wrestling stars of all time, like 80 years after irrelevant. That's nice.
I think Austin liking Lou Thez is even more far-fetched than Pacini liking Lou Thez.
Oh, God. Hey, don't go bring up Lou Thez, go bring up that. Scorpio Sky, Ethan Page and Dan Lambert, special French, in the ring, with Sammy Guevara and Tay Conti coming out to confront them from the stage. It led to a verbal altercation, and I was less focused on what they were saying and the fact that, sure does sound like a SmackDown event here with the audio dubbing that AEW do. They don't usually do it, so when they do it, it's really noticeable. Yeah. Sammy Guevara and Tay Conti just not very likable right now what they're saying because we don't really like it when young attractive people talk about we're gonna have sex later because like Ricky Steamboat come up with family that's not relatable. Look at how happy I am with my loving family. Boo!
Well, speak for yourself. Yeah, they are arseholes now, aren't they?
Well, the crowd again, Dan Lambert keeps on changing face mid-segment. This is not the plan.
There was some nice lines from Dan in this one, like where he's on about the father and me is going to give you some advice.
Yeah.
I forget what he even said there. Just the father, the stuff about being a father was nice, and Ethan Page going, I'm a good dad too. Gabriella's in bed, I assume that's his daughter, and he said something to them. It was Sammy Guevara using Jericho's lines like "shut the hell up," and Lesnar's like, "I don't give an S about your kid." Bit like, I don't know what they're going with. Like for Sammy,
I don't know what happened to him. His character,
he's a natural. He's a natural heel, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He was a good babyface when he was without Ty, but now he's with Ty. You can just tell he's a natural heel.
Yeah.
And then the crowd were like, okay, look, it's changed now. Now it's successful and we've got to take Hunty. Now it's like, all right, better watch what you say other than having sex with the belt on. It's like, all right. But now it's like, okay, we'll give you a chance, do it again. And they're just like, yeah, shut up, bad people. It's like, well, you're the bad people.
Yeah.
No, you need to say something nicer than this.
They beat up Dan Lambert's really old car.
They did. It cost them lots of money.
Like, what do they need for that?
No.
How's going to get home?
Sit down at a table having a conversation.
Wouldn't that be great if they go, well, how are we going to get home, guys? And then, like, Sue turns up. Oh, hey.
I'll do it for a $5.
Trent comes home and goes, why is Dan Lambert, Ethan Page, Scorpio Sky, and like 6 MMA fighters in the house? Oh, this came over.
Dan Lambert's on. Yeah, Dan Lambert's on AEW the following week doing the Sammy and Ty picture, but with him and Sue and the replica belt.
And Trent's like, I'm going to fight you. He goes, no, son, don't. Son!
It writes itself.
Yeah,
it does.
QT Marshall versus Swerve Strickland, more competitive than expected, but Swerve comes up on top after a kick to QT's bald spot. It says, that's very mean. Hang on.
Jericho's Sports Entertainer of the Week was QT Marshall.
Yeah,
because
there
of his
we go.
incredible choices in colognes and BMWs.
Yeah. Take the big stupid version of Regal putting over. Wow, that's a nice grab it.
Yeah. I thought the way that QT dominated large parts of this matchup didn't do Swerve Scott any favours when we saw what's been happening with QT Marshall with the likes of Hook and stuff in the past.
Yeah.
Normally the squash matches are quite emphatic when QT's in the ring. So that was a bit weird for me. I like the referee in this matchup, just getting rid of QT's pals though.
Yeah.
We live in the world with Dr. Britt Baker's. I'm sure there's more people who have people interfere at all, like the Young Bucks, the Elite, all that sort of stuff. And they just got QT's pals out there straight away. The finish was a bit abrupt, but good.
Weird, just like a giant stomp to his head, and then that was it. Which is fair enough. A stomp to the head would probably take you out.
Unless you're Bryan Danielson.
The match
was alright.
It went on for a bit too long, I thought. Just because I don't know if this is just my own outlook on QT Marshall, but just look at what we've seen before. That lasted too long.
You know, though, I'm all right with him. Unlike the hair on his head, he's grown on me.
Oh yeah,
because
he is good. Like
he's an over jobber. It's like, yeah, great, I'm doing this thing.
I just mean like within the right. If we're looking at the kafab, the kafab,
my friend.
Does the kafab go along with the
label look? You know what I mean though. I do like QT. QT Marshall's good at his role.
He's really good at putting people over.
Do you think if QT Marshall got a verbal joust with Sammy, they'd start chanting for QT?
Yes.
I reckon they would actually.
That would literally be like a father and son just having a get back to your room then, you little. Ty just starts necking on with Sammy to get back at the dad.
I don't want to see this. Lexi Nair.
That was a weird point of that segment as well, where I forget if it's Lambert or Ethan Page. It's like, I don't want my daughter to grow up to be Ty Conti. And she starts going like, oh, yeah. Like turning around showing her arse and stuff. Like, what? We obviously, Ty, got to fancy your own daughter, are you weirdo?
I think what?
Yeah, that's the vibes I got from this segment as well. Lexi Nair tries to interview Hook, who's chomping down on some crisps. That's his gimmick. Danhausen is in a bin. So some people Twitter, that's where he belongs. And tries to curse Hook. He's in the process of leaving to go and take a bath in a tub full of crisps.
Wait, what?
I might have got a bit bored right in there. I don't understand what's going on with Danhausen at the moment.
Yeah.
Because there's a bit that was unaired.
So 2 seconds. Hook no-sells the curse, once again, leaving Danhausen in the mud. No, not in the mud. In the bin. Anyway, so what were you saying, Paul?
It was a bit after this week's Dynamite, which made its way to social media. I don't know if AEW put it out there themselves, but Regal's in the ring with Danhausen. And Regal sells the curse and does the old gammy leg. Who does the gammy leg? Old British TV. It's gammy when
like
the leg goes a bit wobbly, yeah. It's someone from a British sitcom.
Wow.
Back in the day.
I said that first time.
Yeah, really
Frank.
good. Really good at speaking. Could be Frank Spencer.
Could be Frank Spencer.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps. He does all wobbly legs, doesn't he?
Yeah. So I see a lot of Frank Spencer in you.
Frank, he's like a hero to me.
He did his own
no
stuff.
surprise whatsoever.
Michael Crawford is, Sir Michael Crawford. Is incredible. He did his own stunts and that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Going down the
He's
stairs.
ridiculous. Yeah, on the bus and everything.
Oh,
mental. What a guy.
There's that story because he obviously did that, which I haven't, but he was also a very accomplished actor and singer. He did the opera and stuff like that. There's a story that William Regal did on stage. He talked about Dave Taylor was completely unaware of his other achievements. So it was a night with Michael Crawford. and he went to see it expecting it to be all comedy. He started belting out, you know, songs and that, and it's just like people went, and he's just looking around. Apparently after the second song, he just got really agitated, started yelling, "Ooh, Betty! Ooh, Betty! Ooh, Betty!" And then he's like really awkward. What's that madman doing? "Oh, Betty!" And then like security, like, can you shut up, please? And they try and grab him and he's get out. He's like, "Ugh!" And he's ejected from the store.
No
Like,
way.
and now for my next song, my strong arm is way. I'm just like, starts, runs back in. Betty! Ooh, Betty! And take it on a second time.
That would be amazing that if the Tories in attendance just knew Michael Crawford for the opera stuff and not for some others do, haven't?
Yeah.
That would be incredible. That.
Funny, yeah.
Anyway, I bring that up because they put a segment out where Regal's selling it, but then Danhausen's having this done to him by Hook. Which way are they going? Are they going the Regal route, which is what I'd rather them do, or the Hook route?
No, it would completely mess up the dynamic they got going. I think it was just something for the fans.
Yeah.
I know that, but I'm saying it's made its way to the public's domain now. They put it out there. It's conscious in people's minds.
And they went, we need to prove to people who haven't watched the show that Danhausen can actually curse people. So they just see him not cursing Hook. They're like, what's this idiot doing in the bin? I know who can sell a curse better than anybody. It's William, ooh, I love Tommy Cooper, me, Regal. And so they go, that'll work. So I feel like, it does work. Right, these segments make a bit more sense because we've done sod and all to explain what Danhausen's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
They are, the more they go on, as we saw on Dynamite as well, the more they're getting a bit more like, whoa, something needs to happen soon.
It's tough though, Nick, because of his leg at the moment.
Whose leg?
Danhausen's leg. It's still healing, isn't it?
No, apparently he's passing the curse to Regal. He's
oh, sorry, yeah, no, Regal's got the leg. So he can face Hook next week then. That's perfect.
Yeah, but they could do something more to have up Danhausen's magic.
Magic.
A massive wave of shame gone over me being said.
The magic.
But like, it's just weird how he started, like a guy with face paint going, and Hook's like,
yeah.
It does no favours for Danhausen, does it?
Yeah. The sexy lad eating crisps is like, I don't care about you.
The sexy lad eating crisps and not putting on weight. It's disgusting.
Gym and whatever. That's all he eats.
Bastard.
He eats one pint of crisps a day, he's cutting technically. Anyway, Willow Nightingale versus Red Velvet. Velvet comes out on top in a competitive match despite taking a pounce Monty Brown would have been proud of.
Amen.
Okay.
What? She did a huge pounce.
She did, but this was the one.
Did you just spit on my
No,
I think she did.
The hair.
Oh, lovely.
I'm getting it off for you. It's been there, I've been looking at that for ages. It's gone now.
Yeah, this was the one with the finish where there's the backstabber, right? And then it's rolled.
Yep.
The just dessert.
And then did the kick.
And it was crap.
That's because, and it was, who was it on commentary? Someone on commentary noted there's been like a new attitude from Red Velvet over recent weeks, and I was like, the last I was conscious of Red Velvet, she was like Layla Hirsch's pal, and she was a definite babyface while Hirsch went the heel way.
Yeah.
And now they're saying that Red Velvet's been a bit more of a heel, even though I just think nobody cares about her.
It's really...
We're on here talking about, wow, they really need to give a bit more, few segments or context of Danhausen, make the segments work. And it's like, never mind Danhausen getting context. How about the women getting anything?
Yeah.
Red Velvet's got an edge about her. You're like, who's Red Velvet again?
And then we see the thing, jumping ahead on Dynamite as well last night, where she's just in the crowd with the baddie section.
Right. Where if you blink, you'd miss it.
It felt so weird. It felt like I wanted to see Nightingale win this because she was dominant throughout most of the whole entire match, and then all of a sudden, just a really momentum killing finish, wasn't it? As well, there was a part where Nightingale goes up and does a moonsault, and Red Velvet just moves out of the way because it looks like her knee is actually going to crush Red Velvet's head, which was pretty.
I think Red Velvet would be the first time in a while that wouldn't have happened to Red Velvet.
Yeah.
She went through a while where she had one of those magnets in her head that'd be attracted to the floor, bless her.
Yeah.
Also known as Shotty Blackheart syndrome.
I was surprised by Willow Nightingale here because all I saw of that Ring of Honor supercard was the horrible super cut someone put on Twitter of all the botched moments during their match with Mercedes Martinez, wasn't it? From that show.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh dear, she can't be very good her. But then she rocks up on this Dynamite match. She did some nice.
She did good.
I would hope people putting these botched compilations together, myself included, wouldn't then judge people's entire ability off that. But I know better by now. I know that some people do. Well, that guy messed up. He's the worst. I'm like, oh no.
That's the only thing I'd seen of her. I'm sat here, you know.
Oh, I'm being on myself and other people being self-reflecting. I probably shouldn't be, but it's like, oh, I look bad. I'm like, that's all the bad moments. That's horrible ways.
No, just because it gave the impression that all that match was just a series of like moves that didn't work.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah,
Even though apparently you go back and read, I read a couple of reviews, and apparently that was just a few isolated instances in the midst of
exactly.
a good thing.
Editing can make or break something.
Yeah, but this, she turned it round in my jumping up the gun in terms of perception here from that clip.
Well, that's good to hear, Ross.
She had lots of good suplexes and that, the
Yes, she
sentons. Was she the hometown hero? She was getting the sort of hometown hero.
It was hard to tell with the distorted audio we were listening to.
Yeah. I mean, I think it probably sounded like a loud pop. Red Velvet was in there. What? Sorry.
No, I get shot down on this podcast week on. We're going to say no one cares about Red Velvet.
But, I mean...
Jack should be down there.
And then, like, she was just doing all the heelish moves as well. Maybe that's the reason why they've done it too, to actually like give her a reaction or something. I don't know. I'm just not. I don't feel it. I'm not feeling it.
Really? I'm not raving, Mary.
I'm not raving.
And then the main event, and possibly Hall of Fame inductee, John Moxley versus Wheeler Yuta, which is not a match. Even with the build-up, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll be a nice little Moxley run through, wild thing, you know, brawl, whatever. Bloody hell. Yuta produces the blood. The fans produced... What does it say? I look at these notes. The fans produced the jizz. What a match. Danielson and Regal come down the ring at the start... Sorry, right at the end of the war. Regal shakes Yuta's hand and the young fella joins the BCC.
Oh, boy.
Even though he's not from Blackpool. Bloody hell.
The group's dead now.
Fresh import. Those docks of Blackpool that I remember talking about. So, what a match. Again, just kick out. Alright, I'm still in this. Kick out. You're bleeding everywhere. Kick out. You can write a good script. The blood is coming out of his foot, like, step one, Andrew and Ross get together. It's a nice sunny day. The amount of blood is coming out of him. Did the sharpshooter, WrestleMania 13 tribute spot. Yeah. Alright, that'll be enough. Kicks out of that, comes out of that. Moxie's like, alright, mate. Okay, stop it. Hits his finisher, kicks out. Alright, mate, stop it. Hits it again, bins him. What a match.
I hope we find out in a few years' time that there's a no blood policy in AEW, and Moxley gaped Yuta's head by himself, just knowing that had to happen to get the babyface over. Yeah. Because just like Bret Hart, John Moxley is always right.
Yes.
I don't know where you start with this one, because even the dive when he killed himself, right at the end of Moxley's entrance, like out of nowhere, was fantastic. Yeah. The table spot was so gnarly yet so snug. It looked very comfortable yet very sore. Just how well they hit it. Germans from Yuta were fantastic. The use of Bryan's head kicks and the bulldog choke. Yeah, I like that little detail, the little things in the wrestling. Moxley biting the open wound. He didn't come away shortchanged from this matchup. No. Like the thing from earlier in the podcast. And as I said earlier, between that match with Bryan with Regal on commentary and this one, he's a made man, so he is. And the BCC on the tits.
That was so good, because someone tried to do that the other week, right? I can't remember who tried it with the blood, but it didn't really work. But
did they?
Yeah. I can't remember who it was now. But someone tried to do it, and it didn't really work.
Who also tried to join the BCC?
They've been dreaming about this?
No, I'm pretty sure someone tried to... They, like, wiped the blood off the head and then tried to do the thing, but it was more successful than...
Because last time I remember was Jerry Lynn getting Steve Corino's blood at Heatwave 2000. Steve Corino always bled buckets and when he go die in his own chest. It's German for the. It is.
Z-Bart V.
Or neither. It's like the three.
Yeah. But it's just a very, very good match. Yeah, I'm excited to see more from Wheeler Yuta now. Like you were saying, it kind of felt like he was just a good wrestler before, didn't it? Right. But now he's got something back in him.
He looked too friendly.
Yeah, he did. Well, like best friends. Friendly boy.
I'm best friends. Alright, whatever.
He's got evil eyes now.
He does. Evil eyes.
Why eye? Yes.
Yes.
Why eye?
Speaking of wild eyes, I got sent a clip and they wanted me to put it in the Hall of Fame, but I said I can't do video things, but I couldn't believe it. I'll say a bunch of words to you and see if you can try and put it together. It was Tiz was back in today, and they had a kid in singing the Bright Eyes theme from Watership Down. You know, that film that we all know and love. Animated classic. Rabbits doing impressions of Wheeler Yuta. And but they've got him singing, his little band singing it, but the kid's dressed in a rabbit outfit with a carrot teddy.
No.
And he cannot sing.
Oh.
And they do. And not only can you not sing or doing your words properly, but they keep on doing that. You know when someone's singing back in the 80s or 70s on UK TV, and they do like the fades to another camera, so it's like a face here as well, so it looks all dramatic. I nearly passed out from that.
Oh my god.
I need to apologise to someone on Twitter as well for the Hall of Fame, because I promised Jeff Wise90 on Twitter that this would be my Hall of Fame nomination for this podcast, but I realised we can't show the video because it's obviously WWE footage, but this is the soundbite, which we should be okay with. So,
I love that clip so much.
So for context, it's Kurt Angle doing the milk thing, but they put a well-placed glare on the milk gun, and it's Jim Ross saying, "Oh my God, come!"
Look, I'm so happy that people still like appreciate a good YouTube poop.
So good.
Because they talk about it like he came with the cum truck. It's full of cum. Oh my God, cum!
So sorry to Jeff, I realise we can't show the footage showing for something else.
That is unbelievably good.
It must be Tuesday. I want to know what the audio of yelling cum comes from.
I know, they've done very well to manipulate something, haven't they? But you can get that app, can't you? That app where you can get Jim Ross on there and just you type in something.
Oh, you can do that as well.
Yeah.
You could do it with like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit and everything, Simpsons. Like,
I don't want
there's so
to
many
think of
people.
Wallace yelling that, but like,
It's so good.
Oh, Gromit, come!
Oh, my telephone's in there. I do it.
Go on then. We've got time. We'll kick off Raw, Matthew. Miz TV open Raw. It was a good episode of Rampage, I thought.
yeah, what a cracking episode, bloody hell. Miz TV. Miz said Rhodes would be nowhere in this business without his family name. Said he would be a plumber, not a son of a plumber. Mamma mia. Cody said that would be handy, since the Miz is full of... Oh, stop there. And the crowd were like, ha! He was going to say, come! Segment ends with Rhodes sidestepping the attack to send the Miz out the ring. Aha, shades of the late great Madcap Moss. This was Cody doing Cody with a year's worth of pyro to start the show.
I think his new entrance is already iconic.
Buzzing.
The smoke. I thought it was a mistake the first time it happened because he gets shot with the pyro and he sort of stood there like, oh. But it turns out no, it's meant to happen like his heart is out. The crowd were going mad for Cody, which I thought was a nice thing to see because I wasn't expecting it to be that loud. I thought it was lovely how Cody, right, the obnoxious arsehole we know from AEW, was calling the Miz obnoxious. But it felt like he was speaking about himself. So he was saying like, Miz, you're arrogant, obnoxious, you're a full-blown carny, good old reliable Miz. And I was like, if you put Cody into that sentence, it'd be
Good old
Cody.
3-star Miz.
My favourite mid-carder, Miz. Meltzer apparently said this was scripted, this promo, so in his opinion, I guess, or maybe the sources and whatnot, Cody using like wrestler instead of superstar and belt instead of title, that was scripted. So already,
that was clearly scripted. Yeah.
Well, that already they're pulling the pants down. Ooh, that's not how we stick around here. Who gives a toss?
The crowd who didn't react at all. Yeah, you're right. You guys care about that little stuff.
Yeah, you're the weirdos, WWE. I'm sitting down for this bit. I'm not standing with you.
Whoa. Right, I'm finding Jim Ross.
Can I just... Like, I'm so hard on the black pick. Can I go to the toilet? My guts are like, oh, we're going to come out like 5 minutes later, but now I'm...
Is this the hot sauce from last week?
Jim Ross.
Andrew's back with a present.
A present for everybody. So this is the voice app. Matthew, can you guess who this is? Well, actually, you probably
Hey, that's the line.
You can make him say anything though.
I can. What do you want him to say? What do you want him to say?
By God.
By God.
Come Tuesday.
This is just Jim Ross on Twitter.
Is
you won't know how to say the word spaff, will you?
Well, we'll see.
Dirty diddler.
It's spaffing on. I did have spaff on your arm. I'm sorry. It's spaffing on my what? Come Tuesday, spaffing on my tits. There we go. I wanted to get. I wanted to
make him say this video will not be monetized by YouTube.
This is fine.
Yeah, it'll be okay. I'm sure.
I've read the handbook plenty of times.
Right. That's
why I'm shocked about that Hall of Fame thing.
You can continue as I get this working.
Hey, moving on. Raw. Yeah. Dominic Mysterious. Where's
Papa?
Ill, isn't he?
Apparently so, because it was supposed to be scheduled to be Papa, wasn't it, against Via?
But instead, Via just beat up Dominic Mysterio.
Yeah,
finishes him in just a few minutes, and then Dom's taking out the ring in a stretcher. Bloody hell!
Yeah, what on earth has Dom done backstage? Because you look at from WrestleMania to last week's Raw, where he got beat by the Miz with 2 moves.
Yeah.
And then this week's Raw, where he's been decimated by Via, who, by the way, there is no chance in hell that man could be 6'4", someone's popular, could be 6'4", 275 pounds. That's what they said he was.
Really?
Via?
6'4"?
He looks about 6 foot, doesn't he? Next to Dom.
Yeah, he doesn't look super.
Dom looks like Dom's got the swimmer's body, hasn't he? Like a long boy, like a duck.
Yeah.
Like a duck?
Like the duck, long boy.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I've got
that duck.
You want to see?
Breaking news.
Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't do the tracking well, but we'll see.
He won't know that.
I might need to get this out.
Wait.
Pete Hogan riding along, singing a song next to a great big pylon.
Oh my god, yes we can. What is it? Riding along,
Singing a song next to a great
big
pylon. That's right.
Anyway, I was trying to think of a reason why Dom would be getting beaten up so much like he is currently, and maybe they're going to use this to get him away from Ray. The fact that maybe his dad
We've said this for 2 years.
I know, but I'm trying to think of why it's happening to Dom, because he's got a lot of promises, Dom. Why you got a roster with all due respect, you know, your Kira Tozawas and your Reggies and people like that, the jobbers of the piece here in 2022.
Viking Raiders.
They could be Viking Raiders, yeah. They could be filling this role, not Dom. What's Dom done wrong?
I know what it is. It's to make sure that there's no backlash against him of all the people who finally defeated the 2K22 Rey Mysterio medal. And the thing they get for doing it is Dominic Mysterio. An exciting tag match in the Thunderdome.
Is that what you get?
You have defeated all my previous opponents around the years. So now, here's my legacy being passed on. It's you in a tag match against Buddy Murphy and Seth Rollins. Buddy Murphy's not even been in the bloody company, the Thunderdome. Oh,
Yes.
You get.
Yes. Are we ready for him to sing a song, by the way?
Yes, I am.
He said it like me.
Did it?
Next great big pile on.
I am big phenomenal and everything. So yeah, that was it. Via making friends. Thanks, Via. Yeah.
I don't think he looks menacing at all. I think he looks like quite a nice gentleman, to be fair. You know what I mean? He looks proper, just like he looks like he'd give good hugs.
But he is the lion.
Roar. The lion and Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe's a nice lion. Think about that.
It's a sizable wardrobe.
Yeah, but an actual lion is not nice. It would eat you. Like Via.
Not if you tamed the lion. Like you've tamed those luscious locks of Via's.
You know what? If you're one of those like tamed ones where you stroke him and he's like,
yeah, that's called tranquilizers.
That's it. Ray comes back next week.
You
beat up my son. Not again. AJ Styles versus Damian Priest. The pair are shown having a little scuffle backstage earlier in the day. That's right, because Styles getting interviewed. He's like, I hate those guys. Next time I see him, hey, there he is. He just slaps him into frame. Yeah. Priest should be like, whoop. Priest kneels down in the ring after a few minutes, and then the lights go out, but they don't, because then there's a purple light, and it's like, ooh, what's happening? The show cuts the commercial, and it's like, well, the match isn't happening anymore. Then backstage, AJ Styles, who now has cuts all over his face for some reason, and is that interviewed by Sarah Schreiber, and he's like, whoa, is that BS? I'm like,
yeah.
Wait, yeah, what was it?
I want to know, someone watching this podcast must have been in the arena for this week's Raw. What happens when the show goes to commercial? Do the house lights just come back on? And Priests are like, oh, well, good
off I go, see you in a bit.
I'll see you later. Thank you for your time.
The fade of the black like the end of The Sopranos.
That's so weird.
The match itself started off very well because Damien, he got the Pitbull AJ Styles. You know, people keep calling him a dog, which means he tries hard. The Pitbull AJ Styles. He got him, it was very good. But the stuff with the lights, I can see. I thought he was going to like summon Edge, like the lights would go down and he'd go, whoa, and Edge would fall like Mr. Bean in the middle of the ring. He just looks so hard. That's the Vicar of Dickney, that.
Oh no! Oh boy! What's the Mr. Bean thing?
It's just like
it's just like choir, yeah.
It's just like,
It's just like,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
like, 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 Undertaker's old New Japan theme, isn't
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough that AJ Styles was saying, wow, the BS, because it was.
It was BS.
Do you think that they really get really excited when there's an evil, dark goth stable? Because it means they can just do wacky finishes.
Mm.
And then it's like something wacky happens, there's no finish.
I hope
they had so much fun with Bray Wyatt.
I hope Edge doesn't become magical.
I bet he will.
I've still not.
The lights went off.
I've still not fully recovered from the Fiend and Alexa Bliss and all the spooky Lily going.
Right. only spooky ministry people and Nosferatu and SpongeBob and also half of AEW can cut the lights off the arena, so clearly it's got to be spooky.
Did his eyes change as well? I thought like
it was just a purple light.
Just a purple light. I think it was just him going.
I thought it might have been, you know when you go into like a UV light or something, and it can like change stuff that you've got on whatever.
New eyeballs in his
yeah, just thinking he's put his other contacts.
AJ, I have. Not only have I put the light on, but I have put new contact lenses on. Now I am just Damien, no priest.
Are we okay, Richard? Yes, that's all the camera went with for me there. Next up is Miz versus
The lights
Cody. Match of the night.
Good match.
Yes, Miz versus Cody Rhodes. I'm surprised they did it this early after the build-up. They'll do it later on.
Oh, it's for the TV ratings. The 9 p.m. at the top of the hour.
That's
where the ratings happen or something.
Rollins comes down the ringside area. After Rhodes hits a few of his favourite moves, he brings the Miz off with Crossroads, because then I'll see where the Crossroads, for a clean victory. Rollins doesn't attack Rhodes after the bell, but wants the rematch. Rhodes accepts, and then Rollins went, and then that was it.
That's it. Rematch. WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I like this.
I felt like this could have been the third match on a B pay-per-view, because they weren't getting out of third gear into fourth, into fifth, into sixth. They stayed in third gear, but what they did in third gear was some proper good old American professional wrestling main event style type stuff, if you know what I'm saying. Nice touch from Cody as well, giving a kid in the front row his weightlifting belt. It was their birthday. He's going backstage from the opening segment. He's like, "Can we have your belt? It's his birthday."
He's like, "It's not a belt, it's a title."
But it was well, no, it wasn't on his pants, was it? Because it's pointless.
It's just
his pants dropped down. He went, "Oh no, I need those back."
I don't know. Well, it was a nice solid start, a nice safe opponent for, nice reliable opponent. For Cody on his first night in, I thought it was good.
Am I sure going on old reliable Miz on that? Yeah. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
What do you think, Andrew?
I thought it was all right. I really liked their interaction at the start of the show. I think two of the best talkers just going at it. I think that's a really good thing to have on Raw for ratings and stuff as well. But like you said, the match never really got going.
It wasn't supposed to, though, was it?
No, exactly.
Exactly. In the middle of Raw.
No, you save them, don't you, for big pay-per-views and that. I'd like to see them down the line, like having a big feud though.
Nah, I'm alright now.
Is that it for you?
You just know Maurice and Brandy would get involved. That would just go.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
That was in the news this week, wasn't it? Apparently, there's been discussions with Brandy about doing something. After, in my opinion, this is just me spitting out bollocks probably, but she tried to get herself on Cody's entrance at WrestleMania. That's my opinion anyway. Just because of the backstage thing or so. Done.
Kevin Patrick is backstage as he introduces the newest member of Raw, Tommaso Ciampa. Who hasn't a name change yet.
Ciampa's coming, right?
Just Ciampa. Yeah.
What kind of a name is Tommaso?
Tommy C.
Tomato champion. That's it.
I'm champion of the tomato.
Paints his head red. No, he doesn't. No, he does not do that.
But it doesn't matter because his brand new debut is sabotaged by Ezekiel Perrin, using himself as the younger brother of Elias. This last week, he is his younger brother. Kevin Owens is not happy about this, saying that's just Elias. He says, "I'm sorry, you're mistaken," and walks off. Ciampa, that's his current name, also believes that is really Ezekiel. Owens tells Ciampa not to listen to Elias. He's known him for years. Grow up, Kev said. And then they posted a picture, the pair of them, Elias and Ezekiel together, just to prove. But not the same. So Kevin Owens is on there going, "Sammy, help me."
Yeah, I don't know what Kevin Owens is smoking. It's clearly two different men. One's a lot younger than the other. They're clearly siblings.
Who's the younger one?
Ezekiel.
Ezekiel's the
Do you think so?
Oh, yeah.
Why does Elias look so much younger than him? Is it because he's got the lovely healing beard?
Because they went into a split family, right? And the stepdad was a lot tougher than Elias's dad. Gave him a paper round at the age of 9 instead of 16 when Elias started his paper round.
Right.
Yeah, he had a tougher paper round, he did.
He did. He was uphill all the way.
When I was a
Oh,
kid,
I also did parcel deliveries as well. He went, oh, God. But Andrew, it's worth pointing out, because I would never really describe myself as a journalist.
Yeah.
If someone else does, I'd be like, oh, I won't correct you. Last week, when Ezekiel came out, I didn't know who he was.
no.
Until, I'm like, who is that? He looks like somebody, but I can't put my name on it.
You're kidding.
Until everyone's, hey, you're that Elias chap. And I went, oh yeah, that is his younger brother. That's right. I'm like, what's different about you? What is it?
It is a shame they've made him shave the beard, though. I know we said this last week.
It was a glorious
beard, and he does look worse off for it. Even if he does still like Greek god from the neck down. You can't have everything like so.
You know who else looks like a Greek god? You. You are looking better and better every week.
That's what weird you said, because I made a mess of my beard this week.
Have you?
I mean, not sorry to be, but like the shape of your face is looking nicer.
Where?
What?
What do you mean you made a mess of
Because
it?
I tried to do. I looked at Brock Lesnar, like, and Brock
Yeah.
Lesnar's got the bit.
Yeah.
Look at the bit short on the cheeks, and I was like, I watched a thing on YouTube where this fraud was like, if you've got a Babyliss trimmer, all the guards are the same, right? So if you use a 3 guard, and then if you want to take off a bit more, use a 2 guard. I used the 3 guard. All of it went. I was furious at home, so I was. And I think I've messed up this bit down here because I'm too scared to do it.
Hey, I'll do it for you.
No, you won't.
I'll do it for you.
You stay away.
Why?
You stay away.
Hey, I do a fantastic job of this.
This is look.
Are you like Stone Cold with a close range?
Yeah,
wet,
I just
wet
do.
razor?
I don't have the. No, I don't do that because I've got a tendency of just like I just peel my skin back like a potato.
That means you're doing it the wrong way. You got to go again.
Wait, can that happen?
Yeah.
You know, watch Jesus Christ. Watch Raven. TNA.
Yes, I have.
I never do that. I just do it without the guards on the trimmer and just go over it. I like that matte finish, you know what I mean? The matte finish on top of my hair.
Yeah,
fair enough.
So obviously I've grown mine out, but I'm wanting to shave it back because sometimes it looks alright. And then look at this camera, I'm like,
you're at the
it's on the edge of being, is it a short haircut or have you just not shaved your head in a while?
You're at the duckling stage.
Yes.
That was like 2 weeks for me back in the day. I used to cut my own hair. Back at the start of Cultaholic. Didn't have a pot to piss in. Had the Remington one. Is it a Remington one blade it's called? I can't remember what it's called anymore. Get yourself one of them, they're very good. You hold them in your hand like that.
And they just like, they like proper vibrate, don't they?
No!
Did they not? I used
Yours
to, when
must
I
be
used to cut my dad's hair. I used to cut my dad's hair for him, and I used to hold the old Remington in my. Maybe it's because it was old, but it was just like a pneumatic drill, just like that.
Did you get the video where it was shaved Adam's head? I use it in that. This is some product placement. Yeah,
this is the scene from Hannibal, is it? Yeah. Put my dad's head off.
A sponsorship from Remington coming in here. Just maybe Adam Pacitti bald. It'll come up. This is what I used on Adam's head when we shaved this back in the day. Adam Pacitti. There he is. Second one down. Look at that. Look at the old office with the lovely clean wall.
that one bloke. That was broken.
I think it's already gone. There he is.
Oh, it's one of them ones.
What a tool that is.
Ah.
Oh, I caught him there.
Oh God, no! This is not convincing us.
Look at that. The 23rd of November, 2017.
Step Brothers.
He looks good.
Comedy classic.
I thought he looked good. He looked a bit like Heisenberg when he was completely bald.
The lighting's not good there.
Oh, we didn't
yeah,
have it.
like I
Didn't have
said,
it, didn't we? Start of the company.
But I was like, yeah, you're looking. Every time I see you, look better and better.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's
I'm sorry for the beard, but that can be fixed with scissors or whatever.
Yeah,
But
right. And time as well.
And Andrew's always looking good.
Oh, you too can. You too can.
Next time you see me, I will look a bit like Tomato Champion because I'm going to Tenerife next week.
Oh yeah.
And as well as having ginger hair, I've got ginger skin.
Oh no.
So we're gonna get red raw.
Time call. And
what happened next? Oh yeah.
Naomi versus Liv Morgan. Naomi scored the win in under 2 minutes. There's no instance to be
I
doing
should say,
50-50
can we try and do a prediction as to where they're going with this Ezekiel thing? Because with the Kevin Owens going, you're just being stupid, and Tommaso Ciampa going, oh no, it's really him. Where's it going? I can't work it out.
That's a good point, actually. Maybe they could just doing something parallel to the Sami Zayn stuff, you know, with Sami kind of trying to. I don't know. Like he's going down the. Well, he's going down. Maybe actually, yeah. And they could come together and be best friends forever. But I don't know, because I feel like literally every single person is just going to be like, oh, that's Ezekiel. That's Ezekiel. Yeah.
What about you, Matt?
I'd Matthew going.
I think maybe they'll like recreate famous bits. It's like, alright, because I remember there was a specific bit with Kevin and Elias when they went out, and Elias said something about the sports team, like they do every city. And for some reason, that one city did not.
It was because they
I
had the
remember that.
basketball taken away from it, wasn't it, Richard? You might know this.
Oh yeah, you might.
That the basketball franchise moved to a different.
Oh, okay. So it's just something like, we're here, unlike the Seattle sports franchise crowd, non-stop booing. The point where Elias had to go. Yeah. So I reckon they'll redo that and go, come on, you and me, go on, say something about the sports team. How rubbish that goes. The Seattle have a great hockey team. Like, no, do it properly. He goes, okay, the women's hockey team's great as well. No, damn it, I'll prove you're him. And then have a match and it'll be funny.
Yeah.
That'll be good, actually.
Just imagine
then it'll
like,
get released a year's time.
Owens brings out a guitar and just goes, like he started all the segments back in the day. Just gets like some sort of PTSD.
Daryl. Did they make him shave the beard? Because I remember all the reports of when he changed attire, he looked like Macho Man. Did they make him shave the beard because of that as well?
I think so.
Oh my god.
Apparently Vince McMahon just went, and then made him shave it off.
I love your Vince.
It's weird how you can't. I can't even hear it in my own head, but I can at the same time.
It's just a stomach upset. Then the VIP lounge.
We didn't talk about Liv and Naomi.
No, sorry. It was a quick match, under 2 minutes. It was good for what it. No, whatever. But then, Naomi's great.
I love the pinfall of Naomi. That was my third place in Move of the Week this week. Because it looked like, legitimately, no matter how hard Liv might have tried, she was never getting out. She was trapped down there. Aye. Good stuff.
Wrestling.
Good luck.
Good pin. Done.
Good luck.
The VIP lounge followed. Bobby Lashley takes over the lounge. He wants MVP to explain his actions from last week. MVP didn't really say anything new. He told us why he did it last week anyway. I liked it though because Lashley's like, he's now babyface Lashley, so it's a bit like he's now talking a bit, to be facey, whatever. But it's because obviously he has to. He's like, yeah, okay, you did this. He's like, get down here, I'll wreck your set, and then MVP comes out. But the MVP's summary of it was really cool. If you watch it for a few years, we went, Lashley, you were nobody. You know what I mean? You were floundering before I came along. You had no any momentum whatsoever. Then I came along and I got you the title. That's true, by the way. For people who weren't watching back then, Lashley was in that one the weird Cooker storyline with like Lana and Miro.
That was Cook, not Cook.
C-U-C-K, sorry. Yeah. I can make better food than you. No, you can't. Why is that not being a thing? But, and then it was like, I'm leaving you. And then Rusev was like, I don't care. Yeah. You can have her, I don't care. Yeah, that was what he was doing. And MVP came on and said, you've got to stop listening to her, man. You're not going anywhere with her. Yeah. And then he went, yeah, you're right, actually. We got together. So actually nice. That was years ago.
Yeah.
2019?
2020, yeah. Wow. 2020 was the WrestleMania where Bobby was beating Aleister Black. And then Lana was like, do the spear. No, you're doing well, but just do the spear. Then he gets beaten by, and then they split up.
Yeah. He went, yeah, you're right, MVP. And then I think Lana was gone after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she did all the stuff with Nia Jax on the table. And the hole.
Oh. I've forgotten about all that. I can't imagine why. And, so that's right. He's like, so now I'm going to, and then it's like, yeah, it's so great. You justified in this MVP. And I'm going to do the same with Omos. So like, oh no.
Bobby, I thought this was a really bad segment for Bobby because his big comeback to MVP going, you were. He says you were with a wannabe TikTok star before you knew me, which I was thinking he said that about Leo Rush, but no, it's Lana, isn't it? But Bobby's big comeback was like, I beat Brock Lesnar, and MVP was like, you were with me when you did that. I thought it was
proved my point. Thanks.
It was a really poor segment from Bobby, but MVP owned him. He owned him, so he did.
One thing I'll say is that Bobby's just got better on the mic on his own though. Without MVP, I think he has.
He's better than, but MVP's appear.
Yeah,
so.
Granted, like the lines he was given to say weren't the best, but I think he's got a lot more confidence in himself.
I think that was him going off by himself. Him saying,
"Do you reckon?" Yeah.
Surely they wouldn't have written that.
No, maybe.
Yeah, because it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, Bad Bobby was great. So I had to do a pose with the sunglasses.
Yeah.
And then he'd get a few lines in like, "Yes, you're almighty. I'm gonna beat you." It's like, yeah. And I was like, "Hi, I'm great, and you smell a poo." Like,
The crowd weren't buying it before MVP came out as well. The way he was like sort of sitting down and like, oh, I'm like a rootin' tootin' cowboy in the back.
I liked when Bobby was like, oh, you're just gonna hide behind Omos now, and then the segment ends, and then MVP just like shuffles, just behind Omos to actually hide himself. I thought that was pretty good.
I hope this is gonna be alright for Bobby because I do like watching him.
Yeah.
But, like, some people do need managers, and either he's gonna continue doing it himself or get better at talking, or he will be floundering. Right, hello, Lana. 24/7 championship bollocks at the bachelor and bachelorette parties. Austin, oh no, sorry, it's wrong.
I say bollocks, right, but I thought this was one of the all-time 24/7 segments where we're at the bachelor, not the bachelor party where they come out the room and all like, oh, we're all drunk and mad. Oh, crazy. This is when we're at the bachelorette party and we see the Lethal Lovers turn up. I'm going to sneeze in a second. Elephant, elephant, elephant. It's gone. We're okay. The Lethal Lovers turn up and I was thinking, oh my God, they are the strippers. They are the strippers for this bachelorette party. But then they go, oh, let's do the kiss cam thing. They do that with Tamina and with Dana Brooke. But then the actual strippers turn up, and this is where things get good. I don't know, did you skip this?
No, I watched it.
I hope you didn't. Oh my God, this is fantastic. Because the actual strippers turn up, and then someone gets suspicious, and I can't remember who it was, like, so Nikki Ash turns up first, she's like, oh, hello, I'm so proud to be here, this, that, and the other, being oblivious, like, she's fantastic. And then she brings the strippers along with her, and then someone gets suspicious about the sort of shenanigans of the 24/7 division. Rip the clothes off one of the strippers, and one of the strippers is a referee, and then Dana Brooke gets rolled up, and oh my God, it was like Shakespeare.
It was, and then Tamina comes in, breaks it up as well.
Yes.
Ah, they're working together.
That's set up for the pinfall. It shows they can still produce Shakespearean content.
We even got the bit where Tamina grabs Nikki Ash and just runs her across the bar as well. It was beautiful, man.
Give it one of them.
It was up there. Give it one of them.
Give it one of them.
Bellissimo.
Tony D'Angelo, love it.
I thought it was the best 24/7 title segment we've seen since the other one in the restaurant where Reggie swindled Dana Brooke out of their championship reign, and then they completely reversed that the week after by having them get together.
Storytelling. Austin Theory is just called Theory now, by the way, because Vince doesn't think he suits Austin.
That's good.
That's actually a good justification for a thing I don't like, so I'm annoyed there. No, 2 names bad, 1 name good. I'm like, yeah, that's right, because the champions we associate with 1 name are at the very top of WWE, Diesel and Yokozuna, aka the 2 lowest drawing champions in history.
You can't imagine it, can you? And the new woo champion, Theory.
Theory. You have to all the syllables are that 1 word.
Butch.
Yeah.
Did you say booch?
Booch. Well, you have to like,
you have to
like draw it out like
goal. 2023 Raw Tag Team Champions, the Booch and the Shoosh Connection. It's going to happen.
Booch and Shoosh.
The Booch and Shoosh Connection.
Shoosh and Booch.
Chad Gable and Butch.
Booch and Shoosh.
Booch and Shoosh.
Yeah. Booch is trying to like spell things in English, the English spelling, and Chad Gable's like, no, there's no U in colour. That'd be great. During the same segment, Owens gets a lie detector test from Ezekiel. The next week's show from Pierce and DeVille.
Can't wait.
Yay!
I hope it lies again, like the Hogan segment.
Yeah, Mr. America.
DeVille teases the contract for Bianca's next challenger.
Yeah, she goes, ooh, I've got the contract here, let's go and find out who. And then Bianca Belair has a match, and then all kinds of SHIT kicks off, let me tell you. Let me talk to you.
Yeah. Queen Zelina versus Bianca Belair. Short match, KOD for the win. Sonya signs the contract for herself to become Bianca's next contender, abusing her powers. Boo earns.
Yeah. Couple of good moments in the match though, like the backwards bridge submission thing by Zelina. I don't know what the hell it's called, but it's very impressive.
Oh, God, I can't remember.
She hooks it and then she goes back.
You go backwards.
And the Gorilla Press spot was very good, I thought, where Bianca was taking the piss. Because I thought it was going to be a very quick, like even quicker than it was.
Yeah.
With the opening spot where Bianca was like, I'm just too hard and tough and strong and fast for you, there, Zelina. You little bitch.
They have to. All the women have to call each other a bitch.
They do.
I thought it was interesting during Sonya's bit that she mentioned Alexa Bliss by name. Just because she hasn't been... I know she's getting married recently and stuff, so that's why she's not there currently, but she hasn't been seen since Elimination Chamber, which was a long time ago. I couldn't even tell you when it was. Do you know when it was? Do you know
Elimination Chamber?
Elimination Chamber was like...
November-ish time,
the
wasn't
Saudi
it?
one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago. I think that was Alexa Bliss's last match.
They left it there.
Yeah. Asuka as well. Did she reference Asuka?
Oh yeah, Asuka as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aye. Where are they?
It is sadly that period post-Mania where traditionally we have released a bunch of people.
Hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet. So it's
bound to happen.
Yes, it's going to happen. By the time this podcast comes out, it'll bound to. It's going to happen some week, surely.
Yeah.
So spring cleaning they call it.
Bianca. There's a fine line between confidence and stupidity, isn't there?
Yeah. Confidence and cockiness was always I got told.
Confidence and stupidity, I got told. Maybe I'm stupid.
Yeah.
But surely Sonia's going to get buggered now for abusing her powers like she did back in the day.
Well,
she got reprimanded, didn't she, on
Pierce,
SmackDown?
Pierce was like umming and ahhing. It's like, the both shouldn't have done that. You know, us being so cohesive as a unit.
And after being tuned up at WrestleMania, I reckon Vince might be upset with Sonya, and Vince could take her place in the match.
Oh,
yeah. He's had the woman at WrestleMania.
Don't give him a football. That's it, otherwise.
Yeah. He's going to squeak out, "You're fired." You're fired. You're right, what? Say again. You have to fire it 3 times before anyone gets to him.
Yeah,
I'm hired. Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
You thirsty? Alright, I'll get you a drink. RK Bro versus Ultra Academy. Orton and Riddle get the win. In another great match that these guys have been having. It's been a fantastic addition to Raw, taking the vision of these two teams. The Usos arrive backstage and make their way out to confront Orton and Riddle. The Street Profits also come out going, hey, we beat them as well. The Usos and Profits have a match to close the show, and after a hard-fought battle, the Usos score the win. This firmly establishes that we will see RK Bro versus the Usos with both set of titles on the line at some point. I'm very happy with this. So, a little bit of excitement because I have enjoyed those 3 teams going at it, but it's like, alright, they've done that post-WrestleMania, and let's do something else.
It's been since January, basically.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, and I'm still not sick of it, but the Usos come and goes, we want those titles. Because the Bloodline, we've got all the titles. We've got the titles. Titles. Yeah. Undisputed World.
Undisputed.
Oh, wait.
Unified.
Oh, I thought they were you was.
WWE World. Woo. Aye. The match was fun. Shout out it right.
Oh, you do a little voice when you do you. I was just doing
No, you're like
that. Spine started shivering there. Oh, stop it.
What's up?
Oh, man. I don't even know.
People have got their podcasts on like speakers and
the knees are going weak.
The cats are just
the dog's like, what was that mean?
Not again.
I was just getting flashbacks to him coming.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, that's Andrew, that's not Jim Ross.
What else could that mean? Coming at the sight of yourself shooting an innocent man.
That never happened, by the way.
Bloody well
that
did.
never happened.
It bloody well did.
16 takes we heard.
You know, I can tell everyone that.
Each one was cummier than the last.
You must have been exhausted by the end of it.
Hey, I was sweating, and I'm not even joking.
You lost weight.
I did. The hat barely fit on my head afterwards.
Which head?
Well, wouldn't you like to know?
But
You know what?
shout out to Jerry the King Lawler.
What? Ross, are you okay?
Yes, I am. Who said a good line on commentary for the first time since about 1995 with Brett, Stu and Helen Hart.
Go on.
Because he said Riddle has a baby face and a brain to match.
Whoa!
Ah, good. It's good he's been drinking. Good he's been reading from that one joke book he got from 1933.
I thought Chad Gable was very good in this segment again because his promos are very simple yet they're very effective at the same time. Very entertaining.
Hey, he's so unlikable. He couldn't get a date at the Tombstone. Honestly, I forgot he was there until like during the Cody Miz bit. He was just laughing randomly at the bits that you don't think you're supposed to be laughing at. If you weren't the son of Cody Rhodes, if you weren't the son of Dusty Rhodes, then you wouldn't be the son of a plumber. You'd just be a plumber. Crowd, Jerry going.
Was the
sure, Jerry?
You'll know this was the well-established heat maybe between Dusty Rhodes and
Cody Rhodes. Yeah.
Jerry the King Lawler.
No.
Oh,
don't think so. As far as I know, that'd be good. Be good battle of the wits.
Yeah, it would have been I don't know as I'll say about
They're
that.
just good, aren't they?
Really
they all work really well together.
Adam Pearce is completely in the mud. having not come out and done anything about this after the Sonya
Yeah.
escapade as well.
Well, because they're both SmackDown and Raw GM, so that's badly written.
Randy Orton made the match. He was like, and now this will happen. Because he's the Raw GM now, Randy Orton, apparently. But again, he can't moan too much because they were two good matches, weren't they?
They were.
The end of the final sequence of that Usos versus Street Profits one. Ooh woo.
Ooh.
Let me tell you.
Indeed.
There's a verb. Ooh woo. Yeah.
It's a verb.
A doing being word.
Yeah. They ooh-wooed everywhere.
The crowd ooh-wooed everywhere too. Tez's frogs. No, my move of the week, Richard.
Oh.
I'm all over the shop today. My move of the week is when Montez Ford does his thing over top rope on the
Oh,
why are you so
young?
Top rope, onto the floor. Then he does his own version of Norman Smiley's big wiggle right in front of Randy Orton, who starts one of those send for the man bits potentially for Botchamania. He gives a little.
Nah, he's just impressed.
It's so good.
He's laughing in fear.
It was vigorous. What balls that man has as well. The Kavorka.
Someone else as well. He's doing the big wiggle.
The Kavorka on Montez Ford. I don't know if you saw this on Instagram this week. Guess what he got Bianca Belair for her birthday?
What?
Guess what he got?
What?
Have a guess.
Vouchers.
Don't take too long. It's a podcast.
Toaster.
No.
A microwave signed by Mike Tyson.
Richard. He got her a boat.
A boat?
The Kavorka there.
What type of boat?
A sailing boat.
A proper sailing boat. Not a little one for the back.
Got a roof, like one of the canopy roof things, and the wheel at the back.
Did it come with a drunken Braun Strowman?
No, just a laughing buff Bagwell.
He popped out, he bailed the road. I'm boat and I'm the stone. Anyway, that didn't work, Buff. I told you not to say that.
And the girls think I am the goat.
Just leave now, you're not getting paid. Anyway, done.
Good end of the roll.
It was good.
Yes,
it was really good. Can you do the wiggle?
Can I do the wiggle?
Yeah.
I won't stop jiggling for a week if I do that. Can you?
I'm not even going to attempt it. Oh, it was amazing.
Notices your wiggle. NXT, this is straight from Uwu Darren716 a squared circle post because Ross didn't have time for this shift this week. This shift, yeah,
basically
this week. That's right.
Obviously, Jack does this bit of the notes for the podcast. I just didn't have the time to do the final two shows here, and without just copy and paste it from Reddit.
Don't worry, I'm sure that we can cover it in our own unique ways. It's NXT 2.0.
So thank you to what was the username on Reddit?
Uwu Darren716.
User Darren. Thank you, Darren.
Cheers, pal. Big fan. During the opening match, Trick Williams runs down and grabs Solo's leg. Probably should have said what the match is. It's Cameron Grimes versus Solo Sikoa. And Solo... No thanks to Darren. Solo Sikoa versus Darren Grimes. And... Oh, God, that's a star, you idiot.
Darren Grimes.
Cameron Grimes.
Made me think of Darren Styles there.
Cameron Grimes, the famous wrestler. And... Grimes' friend, is about to lose. Until Trick Williams comes down and grabs Solo's leg. He's about to hit the big frog splash. The crowd is supporting Solo.
Yeah.
Really weird.
They started off not.
Because even he did a bit of a big wiggle himself. Because he went, hey, your bloodline can kiss my
grapes.
It's
my
weird.
grits. Sorry, not that.
It's been the sort of last 2 weeks, hasn't it? The crowd inside whatever building that is, the NXT thing.
The NXT shed.
The NXT shed. Have gone the other way with Cameron Grimes. He was once the most popular thing on the show, and now he gets very, very... Well, this week it was more boos than cheers. Last week it was just about 50-50-ish. So it's weird how that's gone out.
It's just people liking Solo rather than just liking Grimes.
Well, I think at the start of the match, even they were kind of just lukewarm for Solo as well, but then towards the end they really picked up for him, didn't they? I like all this bloodline stuff. It's good.
Solo instead dives on Trick on the outside, but distraction allows Grimes to get the win. And after the match, Carmelo Hayes attacks Cameron from behind and takes him down. Solo tries to fight off Melo, but Trick chops down the back of the knee. Melo and Trick down the other two competitors. Before Melo hits Cameron with a springboard lariat, Hayes holds up the North American title. That's not his.
Yeah,
Put it down.
This finish didn't help Cameron Grimes in the midst of the sea of boos that were happening inside the arena.
Right now I think it's too early because it was getting cheered massively. Well, cheered a decent amount, but it's just because Solo what if the Bloodline just win all the titles and all the divisions?
It's nice.
That's a nice thought, isn't it?
Nice that they're acknowledging him. Is one of Roman's family members. Why can he have that and then your Bron Breakker can't have his family
He does now, because now that we all know that the Steiners aren't going to like try and bum rush the stadium or whatever they're planning on doing, or it's like, oh, okay, now we can say you're a Steiner.
Yeah. That suplex thing that Cameron Grimes does, where both men are running and he goes, woo!
Mad, isn't
I
it?
don't understand how he does that move.
He's a
How
full mad
Solo
crazy.
Sikoa can take part in such a thing, being such a thick boy with 2 C's.
Them thighs.
Thick boy.
Eh? Them thighs, eh?
What about them thighs?
Thick.
Have you been practicing that?
No.
Them thighs, eh?
Wade Barrett as well, noting that Cameron Grimes has been on the beach for the past 10 days, and Wade does not like that. He doesn't like it at all. He brought it up about 10 times. I was like, oh, I heard you the first time, Wade.
I don't like him being on the beach because it means he can't do sex.
Joel Hudson doesn't go to the beach. He stays in the bed. He makes the bed a beach. Sand everywhere, every orifice.
Turns it into a fortress.
Cardboard boxes everywhere.
Yes.
Boo! I'm Joel Hudson. Let's shag.
Yes. I'm Wade Barrett. I'm bored, so I'm just going to talk about knobs. Grayson Waller says the gauntlet match should even be happening. What gauntlet match? Oh, I see, it's supposed to be moving titles here. So, NXT tag titles, we've been dodging this, like Neo dodging bullets. Yes, the NXT tag titles are now vacated on account of one half of them being let go. And there was obviously some serious stuff last week about allegations and stuff, and we're like, we're keeping out of this one. Until it was clarified that he was let go because, according to Mr. Meltzer, of the Meltzer Observer, that he was purposely let go because of that one tweet where he's obviously mid-shave and has done an impression of a famous Austrian painter, is what we say on YouTube. And they purposely said, yeah, that's the reason he was let go, which is like, okay, let's wait for more information to come out about this and hear from everyone's side of the story.
Yeah, it's a bloody tricky situation.
Wow.
Currently.
Yeah. So, because of that, NXT tag titles have been vacated, and they're going to do a gauntlet match at the end of the show.
Giant tombola.
Oh, they put their hands
Back in wrestling. It's like the Royal Rumbles of old. Bring it back to the proper Rumbles as well.
That's right, but without the cool bits like Eddie stealing the numbers. Anyway, Grayson Waller says the gauntlet match shouldn't even be bloody happening, and they should just be handed the NXT tag team titles. The whole situation just annoys Sanger, so he'll tear through all 4 teams, and Duke is going to stand on the apron because he's still injured after elbowing concrete.
Or so we thought.
Malcolm Bivens says pretty deadly, he's pretty stupid for trying to pick a fight with them, and they're going to learn that this isn't NXT UK. Exactly right, Malcolm. This show exists.
Yeah. Hey, you can't say. Hey, me and Tom did news video Monday. Oh, sorry, Wednesday would have been after
Wednesday,
after Elton became NXT Tag Team Champion. You know, and that was like I've never seen them really because I don't watch NXT UK. And the comments almost in unison were like, NXT UK is the best thing WWE does. Yeah, that you watch it, don't you?
I don't watch it as religiously as I used to anymore, but I do watch it, from time to time.
I not my cup of tea, as we say.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, just they all look the same. Apart from Pretty Deadly.
Yeah, well, it's just like you're right though. No, you are right.
Beard.
I like that bearded lad who had a farted on the streets of where he grew up with. Like.
No, it's changed from those early days. Not everyone got battered down the pub.
Oh no.
Joseph Connors lost an ear down the pub on a Friday.
But another pub. Something else was happening.
Over the pub in Birmingham.
Oh, that's the only pub in Birmingham.
British Strong Style were drinking with the Piggy Blinders.
Now then.
Plotting to take over NXT UK.
That's right. The show that exists. That's right. Tonight on NXT UK, the white blokey with the beard will take on the other white blokey with the beard.
Tommy Shelby stitches up Butch. Makes him take a massive wad of cocaine over the Atlantic Sea.
We have gone off the rails, so let's carry on with real NXT. The Creed say this is a break or make for them. No, they say like that. And a chance to right the wrongs of Stand and Deliver. The Creeds are shown pulling their number, and they both look happy with Julius saying they won't want it any other way. Before Brute stabs him in the back, and Julius is like, I really should have seen this coming, in fairness. Bron Breakker comes down to the ring to boos and yays. Oof. Yeah, so Grimesy got a big response. Bron's like, oh no, it's 50-50 right now.
So Mr. Tinfoil Hat, who's normally sat there, but not today, with his plants thing, has been proven wrong, hasn't it? Not over the past 2 weeks. Unless
this podcast.
Unless it's actually changed over the past 2 weeks and real fans have been let in for the first time. I don't think so.
It's weird. It's like, wow, we love Dolph Ziggler. You're nothing wrong. I'm like, oh, is that the impression we're sending?
Yeah.
Don't worry, there's a segment later on where we stick with that exact theory. Anyway, he says Braun says, Joe Gacy wanted to send him a message, and the message has been delivered. He says his father is safe at home now.
That's all we got.
That's ridiculous.
We need more. How did Rick Steiner get out of a cage with, what's his face, Haaland outside of it, banging it with a chain? Joe Gacy's there looking evil. Did he dig himself out?
Yeah.
Was he blown out? Did Scott come with explosives? Down the hatch at Mary Poppins. Rick runs away. We need to know more NXT. Come on, fill in the blanks.
Oh. His father gave 20 years of this business and has taught him a lot about this business. Braun tells Gacy to come out and face him like a man. Joe Gacy appears in the Tron standing by a fire. He says he knows why Braun is so tough because he took his... He knows why Braun is so tough because his dad took his beating like a man. I myself heard this. They let Rick go, but he left one thing behind and pulls out his prestigious Hall of Fame ring.
No!
Oh my goodness!
He waited so long for Rick to take it away straight away.
Joe says that ring represents everything Rick did in his career, everything he sacrificed, all the time of his family that he missed. Joe says family can only be tested by fire. And what? Hey, hang on, that's not an expression. And throws the ring into the flames.
No!
Where then this strange little imp character just jumps in after it going, my precious! Where it starts to melt. Melt?
Well,
what was that, Billy?
I don't think it did start.
I don't think it
started to melt.
We need to thank Darren because he's got us out of a big hole here today with me not having the time to put the nose together correctly. But I don't think it did, Darren.
As we find out later in the night, when it comes out pristine.
It's unmelted. Yeah. So again, we went from having Bron Breakker taking on Gunther, big old singles match, and wrestling with Dolph Ziggler, to feuding with Joe Gacy, who has been nothing for months. Not until I'm going to win okay, at the time I thought it was rubbish. But looking back at what it could have been, where they could have been going with it, was interesting. Very strong. I think that you only having a title that is open to cruiserweights is against people of all bodies and shapes.
Inclusive, yeah.
Yeah, it's not inclusive. So I go with a title so anybody could defend it. I thought, wait a minute, okay, that actually be somewhat humorous or cynical, and they've just kind of just done away with that. And it's just like, no, I'm just going to be an evil git.
Yeah. Meaningless promos. It's becoming a bit like Bray Wyatt, isn't he? But like a bit weirder.
Not the charisma.
Yeah, charisma. Yeah, but it was heart-wrenching to see the ring go down. I thought that was...
No, really? He waited 30 years for that.
Exactly. He worked so hard. He left the business for 20 years to do houses or whatever he does now. And he finally got the ring. He's enjoying retirement. Now he's lost his ring.
And they let him go. Out the cage.
That's the because the stories, I think we can all agree, have been fantastic when NXT 2.0 has been a thing. The feuds have been just no plot holes or anything. It's been flawless. But now we've got this massive main roster-esque plot hole to fill. How did Rick Steiner get out of the cage? We need to know more than, he's safe and sound at home now. We need to know more.
So you kept them cutting promos. If you don't like me, fight me. If you want some, go get some. Hoo, hoo. Enough of this.
Imagine, he starts going, ho, 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 in a cage, an army of dogs.
That's good.
Beat down the wall of the cell.
Yeah.
Massive dog, Clifford comes in, rips open the bars.
Oh no, not Clifford, they yell.
See, look at how much fun, Andrew.
No, that's true. I'll give that
NXT
to you.
2.0 allows you to dream.
Oh, and the lad doing he goes, look at that lassie. He goes, do you mean an attractive Scottish woman? He goes, no, literally, Lassie the dog.
She's probably the age demographic now that watches NXT, to be fair.
Yeah.
And
the actual dog, I mean.
Oh, the old dog's home watching TV. Oh boy, 2.0. That's sure all young people either having sex or putting people in cages. Yeah. Thank you for saving the show. Toxic Attraction interviewed backstage. Mandy says they called their shot last week, and Gigi and JC are back where they are supposed to be as champions. Mandy says she doesn't know what the voices in Dakota's head are telling her, but none of them are telling him, he has a chance of beating her tonight. Who wrote this? She says Toxic Attraction are the measuring stick of NXT, representing the beauty, brains, the beast, and the gold. Yep, let's move on.
That was a problem.
As Kushida and Jiro are making their way to the ring, come Tuesday,
Here we
attacks
go.
them and throws Kushida over some crates. Robert Stone says the match tonight is cancelled, and apparently it is, because Kushida's like, no, I'm dead.
He's never heard from again.
Yeah, that's it. That might be the end of it. Braun is interviewed as he leaves the arena. He tells them to get the camera out of his face and there's nothing for them. Braun gets in his car and drives away in the Braun-mobile. I like this new thing of talk about every single segment. Because there's at least 120 every episode. In the ring, Robert Stone says jacket time. Run out of time. God almighty. And after what he just did to them, you'll never see them again. An injured Jiro comes limping down, but he still goes to fight. He dodges Von Wagner's attack and sends him over the top rope. He grabs a microphone and says Jiro is pissed. And Jiro is going to kick your ass, kind of like, yeah. Follow the match. Robert Stone demands that. Come Tuesday, finish Jiro. But there's a mysterious woman looking at come Tuesday, and she's like,
she fancies come Tuesday.
I like you, unfrozen caveman. And come Tuesday, throws Ikeman Jiro right into unemployment. I mean, directly in the front row of the audience, who are hopefully made up of plants. It would be funny if he missed the plant. He just hit an old woman in the face. This is likely did this to impress that woman looking, and there wasn't any woolly mammoths he could remove the pelt for. He gave to her as a gift, so he's had to just throw Ikeman Jiro.
I thought it was very interesting because it would appear this woman controls the cum. Mr. Stone.
No,
Mr. Stone does not control cum.
Stop it.
Mr. Stone does not control cum, this woman does. So it's going to be interesting what happens with Mr. Stone and this lady. Has she got a name? I didn't pick up on a name.
Is she like a new thing?
Yeah, she's
just this week.
She's been she's been appearing a few times in the crowd, just sort of going, ooh, he's quite nice.
And we go, hey. Who's that bit of crumpet?
Wait. Well, he's like, you're looking the wrong way there. Bill Hudson's over there. He's the sexiest man in NXT. This was, I don't know if it was just me, but what was that song from when Lex Luger, you'll be a hero? Just replace the word hero with Jiro when he was walking down. Fantastic. I need a Jiro, says Kushida, who's flying across the world back to Japan.
I need a Jiro.
Thanks to Come Tuesday, who threw him a very long way. Again, Come does the moves very well indeed, but
does he?
Yeah, he wrestles well, but they don't. I don't care.
What's your favourite caveman Come move?
Your favourite Come move? Favourite Come move is that one when he puts the thing over the back and then brings it down and
sounds
then.
like a guitar swing.
Yeah.
Got the guitar.
What's
that?
A bit of cheap trick for a lad.
He starts like, is it like an angle slang? He starts doing it.
I know you move.
That's a good move from Come. So who will he side with? The woman or the man? Or the Stone, sorry.
Who Robert Stone got apart from Come?
Just Come?
Just Come? Oh, right. Do you think this... Oh, Debbie Spring Cleaning for NXT then. Nice knowing you, Robert Stone. We interest you in one of our delightful podcast interview shows.
I hope not. I mean, because he's... No, I don't mean that.
Never mind, I retract that.
I hope he's not released because there's a lot... I think he's good value there, Robert Stone. But if they have him do something a bit different than the one thing he can do, which is like be a chicken poo heel manager and then have a match where he doesn't really wrestle. So he's good. I think he's good value for what he does. What he brings to the table, the NXT 2.0 table.
So it's one of those tables that's got like the coloured shapes to put in the holes.
Yeah, I was thinking those kids' plastic tables.
Yeah, that wasn't just me. Hammer it in, but it won't go. Comes just like. Trying to impress the last denim. Go on, you can do it. Circle on the circle.
That's right. Yes, you can do it.
Nikita Lyons is interviewed and says she doesn't have to prove anything against Lash Legend. She wants to prove herself to the NXT universe. Is that expression there? Lash attacks her from off screen, directly in front of her. As OSW would say, Pearl Harbor from the front. And says she hasn't proved anything. If you want to interview anyone, it should be her. Again, it's funny when AEW does it. It's funny when WWE does it. It's funny when WWE does it. The sneak attack from the front.
Aye. I think this was a retake as well, because there's like a patch of blood on Nikita's knee.
Oh, is there? I missed that.
She gave her a good kick.
Yeah, she did.
It was
My
easily fourth place in my move of the week this week. It was a fantastic kick.
Wow, it was a stiff competition.
Yeah, it was a big week for moves in wrestling. There was lots of them done. That sounded so condescending. There was lots of them done. Lots of really good moves. But this was a really good one. Obviously, Lash Legend's got her own cult, so obviously she would be upset if Nikita Lyons getting interviewed by Mackenzie. Is that her name? I think so. Backstage interview.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Mrs. Vic Joseph. Sure, they're going out in real life, aren't they?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why Wade was like nudging. Hey, you know who she is. Hey. Speaking of sex appeal, Pretty Deadly say they are the most flamboyant and glamorous team to grace NXT. They say they've already conquered NXT UK and they're here to win the NXT Tag Team Champions in their first match. Yes, boy. They are shown selecting their number and both say, yes, boy.
Yes, boy.
That apparently is their catchphrase.
It's a wonderful promo to cut because nobody can disprove them. We dominated NXT UK. I'll have to take word for
But
it.
they did, though, for a while.
I
Yeah.
know they were champions.
I'm sure they did.
For a long time. They held the belts for a long time.
They beat Mustache Mountain, right? Because they're the only tag team currently.
Yeah.
I'm being facetious.
I'm glad that you watch it.
Every now and then. Not anymore.
You used to watch it religiously.
I genuinely did as well. Like, genuinely did. And now, I see sense.
Again, when they came on, I'm like, all right, the idea of lads getting employed and getting good money, fair enough then. But it was like seeing people go from, right, I'm a proper character, right, and this is my background, and this is this. It's like, yes, so great. But NXT going, hey, it's me, Dennis the Menace. Me and my dog are so happy to be. I'm like, oh, no, I can't see you like this. I'm gonna cry.
Who was that?
Yeah, it's just any of these people go from like nuanced characters, just like, you know.
It's true.
Farmer Jim.
It did turn into that. Was it Sharp Samuels? It was the Butcher Man for a little bit.
Yeah.
He's always been the East End.
Yeah, but
funny
like, there's a difference.
Yeah, there is. There is.
I'm happy they're all getting paid, but I don't watch the show.
I don't know what
Following Mandy's victory, which apparently wasn't good enough to be typed up, Wendy's Chew sprays all the members of Toxic Attraction with 2 super soakers, which Wade Barrett goes, how old is she?
A child.
Yeah,
a child in a lady's body. There was some good bits in the match itself, I thought. It was a bit of a slow start of the match, but like the whatever that electric chair-like maneuver was, Mandy did, like, Dakota like rolled backwards and then she Whoa, that was very good. I wonder if Mandy's hamstring thing was real because she looked like she was in a bit of pain at the end of the match.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know how much that happened the match overall, but maybe it did. It seemed to happen like sort of halfway, 3/4 through, and then the sudden ending was a bit of a botchalicious as well. Bet you're happy about that.
Yeah, I'm like, yay, injury. No. But,
it was an okay match, but again, I think it was hampered by the hamstring maybe. But Wendy Chu, when everyone was down, thinking, oh, we've just been robbed of a fantastic match by an injury. God, why? God. Out she comes with the Super Soaker.
2 Super Soakers, sorry.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fraser Porter, watching this in the office yesterday, cackling like a witch he was. At Wendy Chu, like Arnie. Fantastic. But Dakota Kai is finished next.
Yeah, she needs to go to the main roster.
Get on the main roster, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
But hopefully.
I don't know what. She needs a gimmick. She needs... Because this, like, oh, I'm a crazy lady with someone speaking to me. I've got a pretend friend over there. Look, there she is. Doesn't work for me. No. What about you?
No, it don't work for me either.
And now the team kick. Well, that was a bit...
Yeah.
I get why people like it, but it won't work.
I like the tag team with Raquel, but so in the space of a week, Raquel was put together with Dakota.
2 weeks it was.
Yeah, 2 weeks then. So
after a big blood feud.
A big blood feud, they put together instead of having Wendy and Dakota, maybe because I assume Wendy's injured or hurt or whatever. Then they win the tag championships at pre-show at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Then lose them in the next NXT, and then Raquel's pulled up to SmackDown.
And Dakota's wrestling for the singles.
And Dakota's wrestling for singles. I'm like, What happened?
NXT.
Why?
Storytelling.
Yeah, great storytelling. It's like if I dropped all these pages on the floor and then picked them up a random order.
As I said earlier, there's not a flaw to be seen in most of what NXT's do in terms of storytelling. Not a flaw to be seen.
No flaws.
Apart from Rick Steiner.
You fill in the gaps with your own imagination, as you were saying. That's what you do.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of NXT now.
It does allow you to dream.
It does.
Joe Gacy.
Oh,
Yes, right. 2 Gacy segments in one bit. Says society is ruled by the court of public opinion. People believe that they are told to believe, and Bron Breakker is no different. He says Bron is easy to manipulate, and over the next few weeks he will tear apart his life. But there will be one part he wants to keep. Joe uses a pair of tongs to grab the ring out of the fire, but they're metal tongs, so shouldn't they have caught the fire as well? Heat as well. Moving on, and places it on his finger. The ring that he melted, but it's unmelted. His skin's singeing from the heated metal.
You hear it?
No.
It's like sausages
And he sells
upside
it.
down on a barbecue.
It's like, I tell you what it was like, because this stays with me forever. I'm sure we spoke about this before the
it's really
podcast.
horrible, isn't it?
No, it's when,
Okay, good.
it's from the Attitude Era, where we have Ivory and, oh my god, it's gone from it today. Tory. Tory and Ivory with the iron.
Oh, yeah.
Right, it puts it on a the sizzle. Oh, it weirded me out when I was a kid. That stayed with me forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you
Just like this.
You touch an iron once with your hand and you never.
I did that with a car lighter. Remember the old car
Yeah.
lighters? Yeah, I just didn't know what it was. So picked it,
Oh,
pressed it in, and
no.
it went boop as it does, and then picked it up and went.
Ooh,
And it got
that's
stuck
not
because
good.
of the heat. I just
That's
had a
not
massive
good.
skin ring. I went to a party with my family, just had it dipped in a pint of Coke.
Oh.
Trying to make it cool down. It's horrible. Yeah, so I know what Joe Gracie went through.
So did this segment get to you?
Yeah, just flashbacks to those 2 moments in my life.
He sold it really well. Did he? No.
Yeah, of course he did.
No.
He looked hard,
No.
but he also looked concerned.
It was like drama. It was like drama at school. Where he's trying to
No.
like accent. It was.
It was like ITV1 on a weekday night.
It was
7:30
It
p.m.
was not
sharp.
that good. It was not that good. Come on.
Hey, that was spicier than the thing I ate on last week's podcast. Oh.
Lindsay Dorado has just pulled out that Crash Lucha show.
Good. As he said, why?
I've asked Crash to remove me from the show. Crash Holly.
What?
Crash Luchas to remove me from the show. I've changed my match for their May event. Nothing else needs to be said. It's my decision. I'm not influenced by anybody. They are working on it. Thank you, LD. Larry David.
So, as Joe Casey said, society is ruled by the court of public opinion. Moving on. Backstage, Santos Escobar is telling Wilder and Mendoza that they run the bingo.
Adam will be furious at this news. Disgusting.
Tony D'Angelo comes by and looks like they got rid of that one dude that no one recognised or cared about. Oh well. Back to Netflix.
Oh, what was he called?
AJ something or other.
Oh, yeah, AJ Gaiad.
Thank you. Long story short, he made a few appearances on WrestleMania weekend with AJ whatever, who is infamous because he's the son of the guy who was part of the inspiration with The Sopranos and was the subject of the Netflix documentary.
I heard about this. Yeah. I don't know.
The documentary is well worth watching, by the way.
Yeah.
But it's just like I don't know why they expect like, hey, that guy. Like he's not. He must be doing a reality TV show, which is so important to me that I didn't check between now and last week. Anyway, Tony D'Angelo comes by and says he didn't mean for things to get off on the wrong foot, and in case things don't go Legado's way tonight, got a little something. And hand Santos an envelope of cash.
Wad.
A wad.
Thick wad.
Is that what it was?
A
Cash?
mixed wad.
Not cocaine.
No, he's not a UK wrestler. Come on, don't be silly. And he says, Nana Danka, which is Spanish for get stuff, puts it back into his pocket and says it's respect, can't be bought.
Yes. Look, Mr. I keep wanting to call him Phantasma like you do, but I forgot his name. Santos Escobar is a lot better in that mob boss role than Tony, even though I know they're different, but I think I buy him more in that role than I do Tony.
Yeah, Gang Wars, man.
I guess Tony's more comedy than Legado is more serious than whatever Tony might build.
Yeah, just a bit.
The house.
Hey, a wise guy. And he's like, no, thank you. Cora J.
This was
Cora J. Are you ready for
really,
this?
really painful.
Are you ready for this? Did you see this? No, of course you didn't. All right.
No, I did. I watched it. Yeah.
Richard,
I watched the show. It was.
Richard doesn't know what's going
It
on.
was something.
Painful.
Cora Jade, Jack's favourite, says WrestleMania weekend was the most important weekend of her life since her parents got to watch her compete at the WWE for the first time ever. And she got to compete with 3 of the best women in the world today. What? She says, coming up stand and deliver, she no longer wants to be women's champion. She needs to be. She says this isn't just another promo about her scratching and clawing her way out of this. She's making a promise to her 8-year-old self. She says she wants to stand next to the other women she idolized, such as AJ Lee, Sasha, Paige, Natalia Bailey, and so many others. Up until this point, I went, all right, you know what? Not that bad. Okay, fair enough. They do the thing where they have to mention every other bloody wrestler, but every other wrestler does that anyway. So it's like, okay, not that bad. Better than Skate the Boy thing we've been having. Natalia appears and makes her way out to the ring in the loudest ovation I have heard for Natty in decades.
Now this is where I was thinking maybe Jack with the plants is right. But then you had the stuff with Cameron Grimes earlier and Bron Breakker, and that disproves that. So maybe Natalia is just that popular outside of this office.
They all wanted W tickets but couldn't get them. They didn't see it. As soon as anybody comes up, you saw them react to Dolph Ziggler. Yay, Dolph! Like, what?
It's verging on getting its own name, that pop for Natalia, the Natalia pop. It was like old FA Cup footage from like 1930. It's that wall of nuts.
Yeah. Natty takes the ovation and a holy poop chants from the crowd. Wow. Really. And tells them she loves them. And this building brings back so many memories. Wait, it's not the same building, is it?
No, yeah, we were full still, weren't we? Back then.
Yeah, she's a liar. Natalia introduces herself to Cora Jade, but Cora is freaking out and says she knows exactly who she is. And talks about DMing Natty when she was 10 years old back in 2011. Good God. After Natty pointed at her at a live event, Natty says, I remembered that. When she saw Cora first appear in NXT 2.0, she went back and checked, and oh yeah, you did DM me. And she knew she pointed to the right girl, and deep down, she knew she'd make it. Cora says she could die right now, and can't believe this is happening. Natty tells her that when she looks at Cora, she sees the future of the women's division, I should say, and that future is bleak. She slaps Cora and locks in the sharpshooter. She's up straight away and tries to fight out until officials run down to get Natalia off of her. Natalia's walking backstage when Tatum Paxley, that's right, approaches her and challenges her to a match next week so she can prove herself to Diamond Mine. Natty says she's on and tells the rest of the women in the locker room that the boat is here and that they are all on notice. And look out for Braun Strowman.
Montez Ford's like, no, it's over there. A board was there. This
Go
was
on, Ross.
a poo sandwich, this segment. The start was fine with her saying, I need to be champion. That was good. It was like watching Stone Cold Steve Austin just before WrestleMania X7. I need to be champion, Rock. I need to be. I'm a drug addict. And my drug of choice is the World Wrestling Federation Championship. It's like Cora Jade with the NXT Women's Championship. Then we get in the middle part, right? And she shouldn't be reacting like that to Natalia. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be having... I know it's a lovely story about her going to the thing, and maybe Natalia is her favourite women's wrestler of all time. I'm not going to take that away from her. But when you're in the business now, you're a wrestler.
This business.
I know that they like to sometimes book the baby faces as fans to try and inspire others to come in and live your dream and all that sort of stuff. I get what they were doing. But for me, seeing a girl like doing a little child's wave like... and having to stand there going, I could die now, was a bit too much.
Yeah.
Like, even if Mae Young came back from the dead, you'd be saying that was you.
I would have came out from the dead. It's Mae Young! She's been dead for 15 years!
Holy that would be the reaction. You know, that was an extreme example. You know what I mean, though?
No,
they really hammed it up there. But then Natalia, you are the future, but the future is bleak. Bosh. That was the other part of the bread on the sandwich. That was fantastic. The best Natalia's done in years. It makes complete sense having Natalia go down to NXT when she's been on the main roster for that long, and you're grooming these people to go up to the main roster one day eventually. So having the likes of her and Ziggler, who knows how it works like inside out, makes complete sense. But that did no favors for Cora Jade, in my opinion, having to go like, Natalia, I'm hyperventilating.
What? Like, they love doing that bit. And NXT especially, when they're doing like WrestleMania last year, WrestleMania weekend, Stand and Deliver, and it's like, I want that title, no, I want that title. Shawn Michaels! Wow! Sexy boy! And they're going, wow! I'm like, oh, you're the biggest dog.
Who was
you like well-built, well-trained muscle people, you geeks.
Who was doing that in the 90s?
No one.
Exactly.
Again, we've said this beforehand, the idea of Steve Austin going, oh yeah, well...
Bruno!
The Rogers wants to say, it's an honor to meet you, Buddy Rogers. Oh, the highlight of my life. I know you can barely stand up.
Well, maybe, I guess the closest we got was Mankind and Terry Funk.
Yeah.
But Terry Funk was still wrestling.
Yeah.
They really are cooks at straws at that point.
That's the closest we got to oh my God, it's a childhood hero and I'm here with them now. But they didn't lay it on. It's weird because NXT's like audiences in their 60s will know this.
Yeah.
The fact. But characters like Cora Jade must be for the kids going like, oh, you too could live your dream. Look at Cora, she's living her dream now with Natalya in the ring. But how many kids are watching? I don't know what's going on.
Well, parents like to have their grandparents meet their kids, so, you know, hey, go and meet grandma for a bit, I'll go and do the shopping, have a bit of relaxing. Go watch those crazy shows they watch, like Dad's Army and...
But if you were 12, right, put yourself back in your 12-year-old
Some others
self.
do have them.
Put yourself back in, like, your 10 to 12-year-old self. If you watched Cora Jade doing that, would you have been like, yeah, I want to be like her?
I'd have been cheering Natalia.
Yeah.
I'd have been so like, Natalia, I've been alright with you before, but now you've been... Get that kid.
What did you make of it, Andrew?
I thought it was dead weird, the part where she's obviously talks about she sent a message and whatnot, she pointed at her, and Natty's like, oh yeah, remember you, after I went back all those years later and looked at my messages, like, I don't think she did remember her, kind of
To
thing.
be fair, I reckon if you do go back to your message request bit, like not your actual DMs, but the request DMs bit, I reckon it might have been there. You scroll all the way down to 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Not obviously. There's no plot holes in NXT stories apart from Rick Steiner.
Those messages do go far back. So I found a message from Dole Hudson years ago. You've been really nice. I feel so bad.
Who you did?
Yeah.
Shut the hell up.
What?
Yeah. So
What did he say?
He was just like, oh, look at your work. There's a video me and my friend have put out, and so have a look at it. So we think, oh yeah, of course, man, sure. I'm like, oh, I'm just doing nothing NXT. Going, look at this dull.
Get him on the podcast. Let's get him on.
And I wrote to yeah, sure, I will. Yeah, he sounds by many people. Yeah, sure. What was I going to say? No. Oh yeah, GA can't say that. Yeah, but no. Also,
imagine if he came on and was like, oh, no, lads, that's fair enough, you know.
I know you're big fans of mine, and we're like, yeah, oh man, love you, make you the poker.
You're one of the pillars of NXT 2.0, Dole.
When we got your head shaved, that was great. The pillars. It's you 4 times. You're all the pillars.
I was like one of the 4. What was it back in the day? One of the 4 pillars of NXT.
4 pillars.
Dole, Joe.
Dole, Joe.
Come. Dole, Joe, Come, and Wendy.
Also, Nathan Frazier, aka Ben Carter, is coming to NXT. You might remember him as the lad who wrestled at AEW, had some white hot matches, and then went to NXT and then signed. And everyone's like, why have you done that? And it's like, yeah, he was doing the AEW also Game Changer wrestling matches a few years ago for free because he was on a student visa, so he couldn't legally be paid. So obviously they paid for his visa, and he's all the way from Jersey. Yeah, isn't that cool? Which is any part of the UK.
Yeah,
I think that's why he was over here for so long, wasn't it? Because of the pandemic and that.
Yeah.
Stay over here, and then when it clears down a bit, we'll take you over there.
That's exactly
Thank
what they
you.
said.
What happened to the accent? Persia and Indy are backstage and argue that their man would have won if the match went longer. Persia says this is getting pointless, from arguing that their man is better, and perhaps the two of them should team up in the tag titles. Duke and Dexter seem against it, but Persia and Indy remind him that neither of them have won any gold in NXT, which gets them reluctantly agreed to team together.
Whoa. Yeah, another segment where, despite being the man who speaks words, Dole Hudson was even more boring than Dexter. He's like, no, I'm not doing that. Then eventually, Dexter's like, very charismatic with the eyes and whatnot.
Yeah, eyes bulging like this.
And captivated by Dexter, and then Dole's like, yeah, fine, I'll do it.
Whoa!
Outclassed
again.
How does he manage to put so little effort in? This can't be him trying. I'm not having it. No.
Did he used to be more charismatic than this? No, has he always just been like this?
That's why I was
okay.
I'll play poker. Back in the very first period of NXT 2.0, it was like 19 gimmicks thrown at you. It's like, I'm the poker player.
They gave him Joe Hendry's old sparkly jacket.
Really?
I'm a poker player. Because obviously he can't emote. So he
so he must be great at poker.
Always has a permanent poker face.
All right.
And then he lost to a dude who doesn't even know the rules well, so he went a bit raged after that.
Yeah.
I'm very mad. You can tell.
Oh, fantastic.
And it's just great because it's clearly leading towards Duke and Dull and Dexter, like, leaving together.
Leaving
Just-
where? What?
Wherever they want to go. on a boat.
Shaped like Natalia.
Oh boy. And then
Tag team turmoil.
Yeah,
Tag team turmoil match, yeah.
But there was lots.
tag team turmoil match, which I remember from memory. Lovely. The Creed brothers dominate every tag team. Because they're so good.
Yeah, they start off against Legado, and I like the double
Right.
ankle lock spot with the lads, and then they get out of it. Lovely. The spine buster combo thing.
That was my favourite
One of
thing.
them.
Hey,
Good.
Gabagoo. And
Then they go on and face JB and BJ, who come
oh,
down.
I forgot about them.
JB.
BJ and incest. Yay!
Stupid virgin. I thought the booking of the Creed was clever here because having them completely decimated, but then beating these two lads to survive, made the two, well, the Virgin and his friend look good, and also made the Creed look better, which was good. The Virgin didn't know the tag team rules though.
He didn't know anything.
JB, no, Brooks Jensen. BJ didn't know the tag team rules. He went for the pin when he wasn't legal man. Silly goose. Bull Buchanan wouldn't have done that. Not at WrestleMania 2000 or anywhere else. I thought it was a nice finish as well in that little, match.
And then Grayson Waller.
He got me, you know.
His arm.
That bastard got me. I was shocked when he pulled off that.
I thought it was legit as well.
I thought it was legit. What do you think was legit?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I've not really been watching, so I was like,
oh, do you not see his
fair
elbow?
enough. So I know what happened
his
to
elbow was horrible.
Stand and deliver. There was this spot where he's at the top of
the
it.
ladder.
20-foot ladder. Ladder's like a bridge.
Yeah, look, there's nothing. No, it's like paper. It's like, yay! Goes through there, the guy moves, gets the ladder, goes through it, and then on they pulled the mats as well. So under the concrete.
no.
I can't believe he's not injured.
Yeah,
wow.
Amazing. I thought it was an interesting choice how Sanga was literally dressed like Braun Strowman. He had the weird.
I thought that as well.
The weird patchy trousers on. He had the boots. He had the black vest. It was Braun Strowman's attire. Just not as tight on the vest. I like the stuff with the fakies. I said with Grayson Waller. I guess there was some impressive bits with the moves on Sanga because he's a massive man from the Creed, and they must have been getting tired by this point. But apart from that, I thought that was the weakest part of the match. Maybe this bit with Sanga and the Creed.
Yeah.
But then the strongest bit of the match.
Hold me closer, tie me down, son.
That's right. Pretty Deadly show up and beat the Creeds after 5 minutes in their first match in the brand to win the NXT Tag Team titles.
Fantastic booking, I thought. Having Pretty Deadly come in there and pick the bones, a very good call. The Codebreaker setup from Elton Prince. No wonder he's called Elton Prince with that sort of pizzazz, that razzle dazzle. My God, it was fantastic. Apparently the finisher is called Spilt Milk.
Yeah, that's what they were saying on commentary.
No, Brian.
What did Jack say last week? He was like, oh, the purple... Oh my God, what did he say?
Oh, the Purple Rocket Man.
The Purple Rocket Man.
Purple Rocket Man.
That should be their finishing
That's
move.
pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I was surprised how quickly it came out. So, go on.
And it was fantastic because when Elton Prince and his friend become the NXT Tag Team champions,
Full name.
there's a shot of the crowd behind them and they're streaming out in the crowd.
Wow.
They literally 1, 2, 3. I'm off.
There you go.
Absolutely fantastic. But I thought the match was perfectly booked from start to finish.
Yeah, if they're doing a really drastic, without looking, U-turn, which you shouldn't do, kids, to get away from, all right, just forget about the previous stuff we've been doing. They're, all right, this is a perfect way of doing it. Mind you, the Creed brothers are great. Other tag teams in the division, and also Pretty Deadly and new, and they get. Because they got the win at the very last bit.
And the chase is on.
The chase is on.
We're building
Straight
towards
on chase.
a point where the Creeds will beat, hopefully, Kit Wilson and not Elton Prince.
Right, that thing with Elton Prince and Blur Gallagher.
Yeah, I thought it was
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. I don't really know too much about the Creed brothers and stuff, but they looked amazing. They looked really,
It started
really,
off
really
as
good.
like, not nameless and faceless, but they were silent, like...
They were like Diamond.
They
are
are part of Diamond.
aren't they?
Yeah. Just like silent assassin types that did lots of mat wrestling, and then as the time's gone on, they've just done bigger and bigger moves, haven't they? And got over and over and over. More organic.
They were really good. And like you said, good booking, isn't it? You know, makes them look good.
NXT 2.0 was very good.
Yeah.
Unironically so.
Yeah.
This match was good. Dynamite. This is the straight from Uru Smurfy X's Squared Circle Post because Ross didn't have time.
Cheers, Smurfy.
Thank you, Smurfy.
Bailed us out again.
Big Smurf.
JAS is on a
Jericho
It's
Appreciation
not
Society.
that. It's not this started. Hang on, no, we had CM Punk versus
We had
Pentagon
CM Punk
Obscura.
and Penta.
Has he got that wrong, has he?
Wait, why is that being pushed out? Anyway, Pentagon, yeah. And this was good because I saw that announced on Twitter and went, oh, I like the idea of that match.
The bills was sensational.
Yeah, on paper, this was like, alright.
Hey, up there, who wants a match?
Mate.
I'll have one.
Yeah. And it could, because his entrance now is good. It's all spooky.
Oh,
so,
man.
which is good. He's no longer doing that Joker thing, which is good for like a week. It's like, alright. But then he's like, yeah, has the gravestone, comes out like,
That is amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. But then the camera gets a bit too wide and allows a second person to be in the shot. And it all goes meow. Alex looks like a child, man. I think he takes away a lot from what Penta. When it's like the gravestone and Penta, it looks amazing. But then when Alex is like,
right. It worked because Pentagon would be like, crazy Spanish, and because then Pentagon says, like, it's a straight man and the crazy man. They can't be both crazy because it just ruins the.
I think Alex needs, while he's being Penta Obscuro, or how you say it, I butchered that. Is Penta Dark, is it out the translation?
What, from Obscuro? Maybe?
Richard, if you wouldn't. Yeah. I thought it was like harking back to Lucha Underground, wasn't it, this? I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
But I think Alex does.
It is Pentagon.
Yeah, Pentagon Dark. Yeah, I think he takes away a lot of it when he's like dancing around.
Yeah, because the promos and stuff, like not the promos, sorry, the just like the video packages and stuff that they did to build him up to be Penta Obscuro. I thought they were really good, like really well shot and everything. And then, like you said, then Alex comes into shot and it's like a Halloween party, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like just a kid that's walked.
I do like, to be fair to Alex, I do like how he's so committed to it. You can see he's committed to the bit, but it's just not working for me.
Yeah. It's good though because he's like a cult member from Fallout. So
yeah.
Okay, cool. Can you move out of the way? Fair enough. Yeah, they had a lovely little match, and again, Pentagon brought it because he does have like the matches where he brings it, the matches where he doesn't, and you can always tell because he'll do his package pile driver in April, the matches he's not. So they teased it, and I was like, oh, not teasing it like, oh, this is gonna be, he's gonna hit it, it's gonna be great. It's like this counter Pentagon's actually gonna try.
Yeah.
They teased it. He didn't hit it. It's gonna be good. And yeah, I liked it. And CM Punk getting the gonna hit the GTS out of the move rather than like setting him up and going, I'm gonna hit the move.
So
which I think's way more natural way of doing it.
It felt like the crowd were a bit confused by Punk selling. There was the bit where
he was on the top rope,
and the crowd was like, but it was just him selling the leg.
I thought he was selling as well because that's what we've been working on.
Yeah, but then Penta didn't double down it because Penta, after watching this, he didn't work on the leg at all, which I think is where the big confusion came from. It wasn't a big old botchalicious. It was just Punk selling.
Yeah.
Zero miedo, zero brains.
Brett and FTR are slowly bringing the joys of Bret Hart to the masses. They'll get it eventually.
Yeah. Man, it was so like I mean, he's always been good Punk at selling stuff, but like his storytelling recently has been so good in the ring with the moves and everything that he's been doing.
Brett,
yeah, like
he works perfectly.
He's been great. He's been selling. He's been doing submissions. He's basically Bret Hart. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
And then JAS is on an airstrip. Jericho says this is how sports entertainers travel. It's good because just like this is something that goes decades past. Like the NWA would do this. Oh, he's just getting off this plane that landed. Funny that, alright, cool. But Eddie Kingston has driven his car onto the landing strip, which you're not allowed to do, and drops off 2.0. He says this is truly what on site means. He's stolen their shoes.
He's got his shoes.
I don't know what
there's a lot going on here.
What are their current names 2.0?
Magic Matt, right?
Magic Matt, yeah.
Right. And the other one,
Angelo, is it? Why were they so far away from the plane? If they were just getting off?
I don't know.
Are they not sports entertainers anymore? They don't get the travel via the plane?
No, they got the travel via the plane. They had to walk.
It's like I like the fact that they're in this big open airstrip, right? And they only just see this car. It's like right out of shot, just literally there with people hanging out of it.
Yeah, the only place it can be framed is behind the. As you can see, but hey, there they are.
The stealing of the shoes.
And then that's the route. They have a big boot.
Yeah. Sorry. On site. Stealing of the shoes.
On site. Red Dragon.
He didn't do it.
Ho ho ho.
Red Dragon.
Is that a thing?
I've been trying to make it a thing just because.
I like that.
Pavlovian style. Attack Jurassic Express, but FDR enters the arena. They fight, but then we cut to Rampage highlights instead and miss all of it. Oh, did we?
I don't know, we did.
Is this just
wait,
missing
what?
all the matches? I think it is.
It might be.
So yeah, we go directly from that to Jurassic Express defending the tag titles against Ho 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 Red Dragon. I have to use something else for these.
Yeah, maybe you do.
You missed out the key bit of the matches.
I've got to be honest, I saw these notes from, where the hell is the name?
Smurf? Big Papa Smurf?
Big Papa Smurf is your hookup.
From Smurfy X on Reddit. I was like, there's lots of text there. I'm sure all the matches are there.
Yeah.
You'd expect it to be, right?
That's how pressed for time I've been this week. I'm very
Well,
sorry.
what did you guys think of this lovely little tag match to stall while I find out?
This is going to sound like a backhanded compliment, but I thought it was pretty standard stuff for these two teams, but that's not a bad thing because they're both very good. All the submissions and the strikes and all that stuff, the footwork was off the scale. Hey, you see the footwork?
I did. When Kyle O'Reilly's in there, when he's got a literal foot.
I was being ironic, Andrew, because that's all the wrestlers say.
Oh, is it? They were doing
I
it.
thought it started off as ironic, but it's now non-ironic.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's always going to be ironic.
Oh, is it?
I'll never ever see the good footwork unless I'm sat with Bret Hart and he goes, look at footwork. Jim Ross was on fire during this matchup with, and I quote, Lizard Man fighting hard.
Yep.
Could you put the knee up, please? Lizard Man fighting hard. The butterfly suplexes from Kyle and the German suplex thingy by Bob. I don't know what you call that, but it was very saucy indeed. I thought the finish came at the right time. I thought it was a nice length match. Very good.
Yeah.
Match. I thought this was very, very good.
Dude, I forgot he was taking. Go, Lizard.
Lizard Man fighting hard.
Listen to David Icke.
Bo Dallas was in tatters at home because he believes in the lizard men in the centre of the earth or something. I listened to it. The podcast is out there with Bo Dallas and Chris Jericho from a few years ago, chatting about sort of like conspiracies and that, and the lizard people walking among us and all that malarkey.
Yeah, he did say that.
Show me one. Well, Luchasaurus, I think.
Yeah,
there you go, exactly.
Also, Jim Ross was in fine form because they cut to someone with a big old cowboy hat.
Oh my God! Is that me?
That could be the love child of Jim.
It could be.
If he laid the pipe. Spread the seed. Light the fuse. Bring the boom.
Wait, Barrett, listen to this. I know what this means.
Imagine Jim Ross being like Big Daddy Dudley.
What would he say? Oh, I know. Oh my God.
Are we ready for the
ready.
Man fighting hard?
We are. Just like that.
He's like playing to with attitude. It's great. No. Tony is with Blackpool, he says here, like he's one wrestler. I'm Blackpool. And Tony's with Blackpool Fight Club, and he's going to fight. What? This is horrible. William Regal says this is great. They can't wait for their trios match Friday with Gun Club. Yuta is part of the BPC now.
Oh, it's
BPC. Yeah. BCC. Blackpool apparently.
Yeah.
BBC. Moxie says he doesn't know who the Gun Club is, but they sound like goose. Yuta says Friday is when the real work starts.
Woo!
Yes.
Go for that.
Regal was feeling groovy or something like that at the start of the play. He's got a bit saucy. The range of William Regal continues to have no bounds.
Fantastic.
But apart from that, I thought they're just going to bat a Gun Club, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I hope they get that Austin good and proper. Slappable face.
I'm not saying I don't know who they are. So yeah, people have been getting excited as social media tends to, because Moxie's contract is coming up soon.
Yeah.
And then people are like, is he going back to the read? Like Cody, I'm like, did you not read his book? Not read any of the stuff he said? It would be the stupidest decision I've ever seen.
Cody said the same. He was leading the revolution, then he turned his backs on us. He saw.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Cody wrote a book about how much I hated working there. By Cody Rhodes.
He'll come through the crowd, right? DDT Roman Reigns, Robbie's belt, go back to what we do. Easy. Done.
It was just, okay, the ring again, tell Roman. Yeah, I've signed. Oh yeah, great buddy.
Oh yeah, it'll be the next.
Drive, Tony Khan, drive!
If it's literally within like 3 hours to the day sort of thing, it'll be within the next 3 weeks, won't it? Because it was
it will be, won't it?
Right. It was May when that pay-per-view happened.
Yeah.
They must have activated some sort of extension, you think, behind the scenes, wouldn't they?
Yeah, you
John
think
Moxley,
so.
for goodness sake.
I don't know, one of those bots told me that he had signed it. You trust them. Tony is with Tony Storm and JD Hader. He says the fans wanted the match, so it's been signed. Hader says they are very similar. They own their craft everywhere. Hader says it's her crowning moment. She says she'll break Tony's face. Tony walks away without saying anything.
She's very fast. And she said nothing at all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it's all right, wasn't it? I do like how Tony's like, thank you, ladies, for agreeing with the physical contact at the start of the segment. Nice little touch there.
Yeah, because we need more of that during interviews backstage.
They should build a cubicle, for goodness sake, because that was the only segment not to get interfered again.
The urban garden on the quayside. Anyway, Wardlow gets hold of a camera and says his... No,
there's a lot
Captain
of
Sean Dean versus MJF. Captain Sean Dean, again, who obviously holds victories over...
He's the Pinnacle Hunter.
Yeah, he's the Pinnacle Hunter. That's right, you guessed it.
You guessed it, Mr. Dean.
Yeah. There we go. Attacks Dean. MJF attacks Dean after having issues unzipping his jacket. That was good.
Well, he did that on purpose.
Yeah,
though.
it was.
He did.
Oh yeah, to point out that. Oh no.
It was a ruse.
I can't jack it off.
Paying homage to Icon Zero.
All right. At that point, he tosses Dean on the outside for beating on the floor. At that point, an AW security guy unmasked as Wardlow.
Yeah.
And MJF panics while Wardlow destroys security. He runs outside and goes, get him, security, get him. And they all run and get beat up and attacked and powerbombed and smashed and battered. And then there's so many security guards. MJF literally can't get the ring because there's sea of humanity. And then Bryce Rex goes like, Seven! And I go, whoa! Bryce went like, whatever 30 guards paying you, I'll triple it. And it's like the crowd. I was like, we don't care. 10! And that's it. MJF loses to Sean Dean again. And Wardlow beats up everybody.
Yay!
And MJF's like, oh.
Bryce
loved all this.
Bryce should have taken the money. Despicable.
What? Really?
Despicable. You take the money, don't you?
Yeah.
The pop and the adulation. Hey, is it you who hates Bryce as well?
I don't hate Bryce.
I'm sure you've told me
I
on
just
multiple
think
occasions.
I think he gets too involved in matches.
Where does all this anti-Bryce come from? Honestly. So magnificent referee.
I love the concept of Wardlow being able to sneak into the arena and this guy put a mask on.
Well, I've seen he has to.
Because looks like a normal security guard. This is war.
I'm security. Yeah, I bet you are.
I think it was a good segment again. It's nice to see the Pinnacle Hunter continuing his Pinnacle hunting ways. A lot more effective than the old Elite Hunter.
He had like new gear and everything as well.
Oh, like Army Man.
Yeah, like an army.
I had all the army patches that said like, "Hey, for a good time, join the army." I'm like, you don't get me that.
What was it? It was like bad decisions make for good times on his.
Oh wow!
I'm like, that's what.
Yeah.
Frankie Kazarian was just.
Is that what that is?
That's one of the many patches he had.
A badge on his jacket.
Yeah, he had so many patches, but next to the Metallica and Slayer one.
Nicotine.
Yeah.
But that's what Frankie Kazarian was missing. That was it. That was the missing ingredient. Was just a bit of camo on the face.
Also showing up the matches. Wardlow gets over the camera afterwards and says his assault on AW's pathetic security staff will not stop until he's out of MJF's contract. Do you think Mustafa Ali's going? Oh, I could do that. And then we get a 6 minute
Malachi Black does a promo where he talks about swallowing razor blades. If you cut open his neck, you'd see a black void, something like that.
Whoa!
Bunch of meaningless words, but it sounded good and it looked very good as well.
He said, that was not as painful as looking at you, Fuego does. The fans love him because Malachi willed it. He'll take the light in his heart and kill it. Why is he alone, you may ask? He wants you to be afraid of the shadows.
You'd be afraid of the shadows if there was more people, though, right? If more people came out of the shadows, would you be more afraid of the shadows?
Oh, yeah, Malachi Black
he does, but he came out of the shadows on his own, and he's like, I want you to be.
But in the shadows are the two of the people.
Well, they better had be. You know what I mean?
That's where they live.
Yeah.
They walk out every week, don't they?
They do.
That's right. But as Brutus Dickinson says, got fear of the dark.
Jaff versus Kingston and Pals happens now.
There we go.
Cool.
I'm glad that we moved on from like the Dan Lambert Jericho 6-man tag feud to have the exact same matches.
I was bored during this one. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to shoot from the
What's
hip.
the thing that they say at the start of the music now? The Jericho Appreciation Society summit.
Yeah.
We're all really invested in it.
They are the epitome of sports entertainers. Here is the Judas in my mind. Need a new theme.
Yeah, they do.
Time for a new theme.
Nah.
Am I the only person in the world who is sick to death of that song?
I'm alright with it.
I don't know. I feel like they should change it. Wouldn't it be, well, I guess for sports entertainers, wouldn't it be more heelish though to take that away from the crowd?
Yes.
That'd work a bit better, I guess.
Are they supposed to be healed? It's just the Jericho big ham-fisted approach to everything.
I think they are supposed to be heels, especially with Dan Garcia in there.
Yeah.
What a despicable POS he is.
Oh. And Matty Hands. Matty Hands in their shoes right now. So yeah, they have a match, and then Daniel Garcia, Jericho nails Kingston with a bat, and Garcia gets the cheap win.
Yeah, that was it.
But it's fine, but I'm just like, okay, cool. We just had this, didn't we?
Bit boring, wasn't it? Just like, oh yeah, heels do the healing, baby faces do the comeback. Then
Same old.
And then speaking of underwhelming and a bit boring, Marina Shafir appears.
Ooh.
I was not captain. It's a first impression. As a hello, how are you? Nice to meet you. It was a bit. The crowd were dead. That was the biggest
No noise
thing.
whatsoever. Yeah, they should have gone before the 6 months.
It was distracting, like how quiet they were for me
Right.
watching the segment. She did a nice pump handle throw thingy, and I like the finish how she somehow got the leg and the arm and the head in the same sort of gap. That was amazing. The baddie section were there.
Red Velvet.
Jim,
was there.
Hey, Red Velvet, cool.
Jim Ross was like, "Hey, look nice."
Oh, I forgot to mention, in the previous match, in the Jericho one, he does just shout out, "Buttocks!" Just like that. I don't know why.
By itself.
It just, I think
Like
there's
a rooster.
sentence. I think there's a sentence leading onto it, but there's definitely a gap, and he goes, "Buttocks!" Just like that. Like Brian Badonte.
Brian Badonte. How would that sound if Fred Durst said it, Andrew?
Yo, I want to see some buttocks up in here. Just like that.
Just like that.
Thank
Just
you,
like
pal.
that.
You're welcome.
Marvez is with MJF. Another upset win. He says, MJF says people have forgotten who he is. He's the pinnacle of pro wrestling. No sympathy for the devil, but he doesn't need sympathy. He has money. Mark says MJF has the right to book or not book Wardlow how he seems fit. He says he has a good idea. He's booking Wardlow against the Butcher, a man whomst I love, but who has won about one match in 3 years. Oh right, this is obviously the person writing this.
The jowls be moving. I'm excited about
I love the
this.
Butcher, and yeah, we'll move on from that women's match. Then we get a sweet tag match between Ricky Starks and Powerhouse Hobbs.
Well, we got another Hook and Danhausen bit before this one. So the Hook's in the gym with I forgot her name. Lacey, no, whatever her name is, the interview lady.
Yeah.
Who cares what names? In the gym, she's like, "Oh, you're making your debut next week," and he's just about to speak for the first time ever, but he's cut off by who is it who walks in? I should have written this down. Is our friend Smurfy not written it down?
Oh my god.
Who the hell walked in? This is painful podcasting.
Very
Very sorry.
Oh, Tony Nese
Oh,
and
yeah,
Mark
no
Sterling.
wonder I forgot. Bloody Tony Nese.
How could you forget?
Tony Nese and Mark Sterling walk in there. Tony's like, "How can you pick up this fella here? I'm the premier athlete, and I'm so boring I want to cry." And then the camera pans around, and Danhausen's there in some fitting gym
Sports
gear,
John.
and the tattoos are out now. And
Oh,
throws the
tattoo.
medicine ball at him, and he takes it, but he falls down. And it's another segment which does nothing for Danhausen
It's
to
a
me.
medicine ball. I thought it was a basketball.
In the gym.
Wow, we've got to laugh him up at the end of there. Bless you, Andrew. Bless you, little cotton socks.
Oh dear.
He threw a basketball at me too.
It was a heavy basketball, alright.
He went, "Oh, white man can't bump."
That was very good.
Thank you, pal. My one line of the night.
So yeah, that happened as well.
God, I was going to say, wait. Dole Hudson has nothing on Tony Nese. we apologise unreservedly to Dole.
We're going to look on Wikipedia now and see Dull Hudson trained by Tony Nese.
That makes sense. So then we get the sweet tag match. Yeah. Ricky Starks and Purple Powerhouse versus Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because this has all been built up on Rampage. So I thought we could blow off on Rampage, but they went, no, this is what we've been building up to. And it was such a really good little match.
Was.
Crowd making noise to prove that the audio hadn't broken. During Shafir's match.
Starks was in his hometown here.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. So even though he's like
Congratulations.
Team Taz and Boo and everything like that, it's still like, still a lot of love
Yeah.
for him. And also, the Team Good Guys. My move of the week, for what it matters, was Team Taz on the outside, Keith Lee's on the apron, and Swerve Strickland uses Keith Lee to just
As a launch
do it.
pad.
He's a launch pad.
Yeah, it's
launch
so
pad
good.
McQuack.
I like that.
Debut. Oh, thank God for that.
The combo pounce shoulder barge thingy.
Oh.
As well. I don't know how to describe most of these
Yeah,
things,
yeah,
but maybe Swerve and Keith should think about getting together on a full-time basis.
It's my goots, that.
Ooh, that would be very nice. Yeah, just a really good match. I like Taz getting involved at the end as well. Team Taz getting a win.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen very often, does it?
I thought Starks would have got the win in his hometown.
At least didn't lose the match.
That's
It was
true.
nice to see. It was nice to see the Spinebuster finishing the match.
Yeah.
It's so impressive to see. It's like, oh, she got it.
And then the crowd popping when Starks tries to put do the Rochambeau to Keith as well. I quite like that. Like, it's never going to happen, but it's nice to see. Yeah.
Single segments. Dan Lambert, Ethan Page, and Scorpio Sky say Sammy sucks. They'll beat him in Texas. Yep. And Tony Thunder Rosa. Which has the main event Saturday. Oh, Battle of the Belts is coming up.
Yeah.
Well, last time they did this, it was nothing. So I can't wait for double nothing. Nyla Rose brought her a cake. It's a celebration for the shortest title reign ever. Rosa knocks the cake in Nyla's face and the fight breaks out. The referee separate them. Nyla says she loves cake and violence.
Fantastic.
Nice little line, but like...
Save the segment, that.
Yeah. Let's go nowhere until then, she said that. Lethal is here with Sanjay Dutt. That's a joke.
So Joe versus
Minoru
Suzuki
versus Samoa Joe.
Yeah.
That's the main event. Just why not?
Slaps.
To be recreated.
A massive dick swinging contest, but with slaps.
It was just this.
Let's not.
Why not?
I don't want to chest like Samoa Joe's purple. Horrible, wasn't it?
Oh,
In the top corner.
and it didn't even take long for it to happen, did it? It was pretty much there straight away.
Yeah. And this was for the Ring of Honor TV title.
Yeah.
So obviously lots of crossover here between this and Ring of Honor. I'm not sure how long they'll keep on going once, or if Ring of Honor gets going again. Or it's just going to be the fight pay-per-view sales or whatever. But until then, Dr. Pain with Suzuki doing another little trips overseas, getting a little match with Samoa Joe, slapping and bapping.
Bapping.
I was trying to do PSG, didn't
That's right. Grabs him an armbar attempt, but then Joe escapes with the Buster and wins the title at 11 minutes 13. Didn't overstay its welcome.
Yeah, really, really good.
What it needs
You
to
could
be,
feel it through the screen, couldn't you? The slaps and that, yeah. But then the lights out spot happens. And for me, you can only do those lights out spot if you do it with someone instantly recognisable. So when the lights come back on, everyone goes, you get the Natalia pop afterwards and the lights come back on.
Right.
From NXT this week, just in case you skipped that bit.
But who was it, Ross?
I don't even know. I haven't written name.
It was Satnam Singh.
Not Sanjay Dutt. That's it. No, it was Satnam Singh. That's it.
Bit taller.
A little bit taller.
Apparently, an NBA player who's about 19 feet tall beats up Samoa Joe. And then Lethal gets Joe in the ring and Joe's beating up all of them. Lethal gives him a lethal injection of poison. Etc. And,
Felt flat, didn't it, when that happened?
Because no
was like, well, who are you?
Yeah, it's the light on thing you do it with someone recognisable, not someone like brand new.
And also not every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You think it's Malachi Black, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's his thing. Like, if everyone came out with a big purple light on Raw, it's like, oh, is it Damien Priest or is it, Ezekiel? So,
yeah, that bit fell flat, but apart from the match before that was good.
Yeah.
Will another NBA player summon Shaq to come back? Will we have like the Monstars versus the AEW?
Since he is magical, who can make the lights go on
magical
and appear out of nothing, he can surely make Shaq reappear from this void that he's in.
I think so.
In the world of professional.
What if he does it and like Shaq's asleep and he's like his bed shows up in the ring?
That'd be pretty good, actually. That'd be good.
There we go. So that was a long week of wrestling.
Let's have a look in our mailbags.
Let's have a little look in the mailbag. Number 1. Howdy, chaps. I was wandering into town the other day. It says wondering. Not wondering. Wandering in the town the other day when I came across this heinous case of gimmick infringement by the renowned, what if I didn't mention them, Extinction Rebellion Group. I stumbled across a poster of theirs displayed with the phrase, "Join us," emblazoned across it. I was taken aback by this, not to get a picture for evidence.
Cheers for the zoom in, Richard.
Whoa! With the soy face. My question for you lads is this. What are some of your favourite copied/stolen gimmicks throughout the years? Thanks for all you do. Love you boys. Regards, Ollie from Banbury. P.S. I know they're a controversial group, but I'm in full support of fighting climate change. That's all right then. Nothing.
The obvious answer here is obviously Tony Nese down to Dull Hudson. Is it not? After the last segment?
I'm grabbing that dull off. I have find I am not a dull individual. I have looked at the term dull in the dictionary and defines dullness as dull, noun, one, meaning a person. I was just like, I'm done.
The copycat gimmicks. Well, maybe Whale of Mercy at the Bray Wyatt, the original one.
Yeah.
Comes to mind as a good one.
Original.
That'll be mine. That's mine. That's on the table.
Yeah.
Maybe cards. Like
By the
doubles.
way, that AC stinks.
Does it?
I don't know if it's been on. If it's not been on for a long time.
I can't smell it.
Pigeons inside.
No.
Some dead pigeons.
Turn it off if you want. We'll just turn the.
Yeah, I can leave it on. It's just like, is anyone else? No, I can leave it on if it's.
I can't smell it.
Can anyone else smell it? Is it me?
Richard? Is it you? Is your nose too close to your arsehole?
Oh, I think it's big enough.
For easy
life.
for life for an easy pick to represent just the bald people, just Gilbert.
Oh, okay.
Like easy.
Oh, I thought you meant
No,
like, you were coming.
no, for the oh my god!
Whoa!
Jesus Christ! What is all kicking off?
Method actor.
He's trying to headbutt the wall like Goldberg now.
Gilbert.
Yeah.
I like Gilbert.
I like Gilbert.
He's good. He's good fun, isn't he?
Who was it that brought him back like fairly recently? I say.
Owens.
Oh, yeah.
Owens, yeah.
It was.
Oh, that's not right. No, there was another time.
More recent than that, there wasn't it? Let me go.
Oh, it was
Oh, it was the Dirty Dogs and the.
No. Was it Bobby Lashley when they had a match? Bobby Lashley and MVP.
No,
January the 18th, 2021. Let's see.
Whoa!
Miz and Morrison.
Oh,
yeah.
Miz and Morrison.
Okay. Hopefully that covered the noise.
Was it?
Who was it for again? It's hard watching segments about the sound.
Oh yeah, because then Morrison comes out. Oh, some local comedian come out as doing the Scottish gimmick. That's right. And people are like, wait, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But that was for
that was it.
For what Goldberg match though?
Did Drew and Goldberg have a match?
Drew versus the Miz and Morrison, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I reckon another one that we need to say is Mizdow.
Oh, that was really good.
Let me see a Miz there, reminded me.
I'll also say the BWO.
Yeah. That was phenomenal. I'm trying to think of some other ones, like some other like knockoff ones. Oh my god.
He was a production writer, like a creative writer.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Being uncreative here, I guess. For doing that.
At least he got his big moment.
It's actually really jarring going to 2K22 and seeing the Thunderdome as an
arena.
I'm like, oh yeah, this was a thing.
The Renegade? Do you remember the Renegade?
Renegade!
Yeah.
They thought Warrior was just crazy enough to like join WCW out of like insult.
Yeah.
Like, I am the real Warrior! He would just run there. How dare you? He's like, no, I'm not that dumb.
Turn it off now, it's a bit distracting.
Yeah, it's quite distracting.
Drew McIntyre in the Thunderdome.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for the question. Hello in a cello, lads. Just back in Dublin after a lovely weekend in glorious Newcastle. While over there, we stayed in Gateshead and became familiar with a certain story of a certain legendary footballer and a murderer in Northumbria. Of course, I'm talking about Gaza and Mooti. While out in Newcastle, we decided in our drunk wisdom to get a picture of Raoul Moat out on our phones and show them off on the dance floor. We got mostly positive smiles and got a group of girls to give Morty a cheeky kiss. Only one of the four of us got kicked out for it, so I'd say that was a successful night out. Anyway, the big question of my mind, which controversial wrestling name do you think would get you kicked out of somewhere purely by the mention of their name? I know it's a crap question, I just wanted to tell the Modi story, well at least you're honest. Got to go, thanks for all you do with the podcast, the channel, former Sunderland winger, Liam Lawrence. Oh, thanks Liam. Cheers Liam. Go around Newcastle, Bandago. Oh, lasses, what? To picture Raoul Moore.
Wow. It's a very strange email to receive.
Yeah. Raoul's a very local, I want to say legend, but...
Not a legend?
Wow. I know, I stopped myself, I didn't say that. A local phenomena.
That's still pretty bad.
No, I'm trying a local thing that happened a while ago that's quite... It's either too bad, crazily offensive and way too close to the truth and everything else like that. And to some people, it's just a really, really dark joke. Like Liam Lawrence, former Sun winger. So, yeah, watch yourself. We do not recommend, the Call Office does not recommend or support everyone going on town and showing pics around mode, because it will not end well for you. Controversial wrestler there. Oh, I've actually got an answer to this.
Is he on Netflix this week?
No.
That's
but
mine.
I'll watch that.
That's mine. I'm not going to say the name, but there you go.
Wait, what?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, no.
You should know.
You're not up to date with Netflix.
Being where you're from, Andrew.
Go on, we'll play Guess Who.
No, I think wait.
Let's move on. We'll tell them on the podcast.
My what was a friend was like, hey, I'm running a D&D campaign that's like could be wrestling based and stuff like that. It's gonna be about like they're going into like the underworld and all this. Can you give me any advice? And I went, yeah, great. Like the Undertaker's a good shout. You know, his brother Kane, he was in the fire. Lots of people in Ministry of Darkness, Gangrel, and all this stuff. I was like, yeah, great. He could have the last boss as Chris Benoit. So obviously he's the most evil. They went, who's that? And then he Googled. They went, oh, Matthew. I'm like, yeah, it was just instinctively. Because I just thought, who's the most evil guy? And that was just the first name. And I probably should have stopped myself, but I'm a bit numb to these jokes at this point. So, yeah, sorry about that. But, yeah, what have you got?
Mine's the guy.
Right, yeah, there you go,
Andrew,
sorry.
who used to get kicked out of a nightclub?
Who would I used to get? A wrestler?
Yeah.
Somebody hopefully not booked in Mexico right now.
I do have a name, but again, I also can't say that name. So I don't know if I will.
We'll just say it's more for the anecdote than the question.
Yeah, things have happened recently with this certain person. Let's just leave it at that.
Oh, there we go.
The suspense is off the page.
Yeah,
no. I don't know who.
Well, they've got to guess now. It's like NXT 2.0, right? They've got to fill in the gaps for themselves.
Well, we gave you a bunch of clues for yours, which people can figure out going, how does he not know this? But what's the clue for your one?
They were a announcer on Shotgun Saturday Night. And there you go. We'll leave it like that.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, good one.
Thanks. Can I have a second one, please?
We'll leave it at that.
This is a fun game.
We'll leave it at that. People will. You can Google.
How do you like eggs in the morning? Holla, Diddlerinos. I wanted to wait for the WrestleMania period of the podcast, side of, to pass by before I sent this in. My question is not so much related to wrestling itself, it's more of just a general question, and mainly targeted to Mafu. As you have all seen, Logan Paul has been presented on TV for this recent WrestleMania match. He has always been showing off his drink bottle with him for obvious free promotion. I don't think how up-to-date you are with this information, so hopefully this will be the first time you guys are hearing about this. I won't promote the drink itself in the email. I just wanted to point out that the drink is not only Logan Paul's. The drinks company was actually started by himself and KSI, that's right. In that case, I heartily support it. No joke, it's very explicit on the website.
But they're supposed to be feuding.
Background, if you're curious. Link at the end of the email. The AC is knocking the paper out of my hands. And since a bit after their second boxing match, they've actually grown quite close to each other, to a point where KSI even calls him a close friend and says that he's clearly changed for the better. So with this hopefully new information being revealed to you, as well as since seeing some other things from him that could be considered very positive for his image, such as his amazing heel work at WrestleMania, his most recent podcast with Sasha and Becky, and his statement on wrestling as a whole, which I've added at the end of this email as well. Oh, I wasn't there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because I'd swear words in.
Does this change? Oh, I swore I don't like it. Does this change? We're a wholesome family podcast. There's perception all towards him. I personally wouldn't say I quite like him yet, but the dislike for me has definitely been significantly reduced. I know you guys hear this all the time, but thank you for all the weekly podcast. It is truly my favourite podcast, and I highlight my Saturday mornings, which is when I usually listen to it. All the best to you. Keep up the good work. Jose from the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Jose.
Cheers, Jose.
Thank you.
Oh, we talk about Logan Paul. Ooh, aren't we all cool, young and hip? So, first of all, I didn't understand the first one. Like, I understand what they're saying about doing nice things for wrestling and doing their heel work and all this, but that drinks company with KSI, it's like, does that make him a good guy?
Because you like KSI, therefore, through association, do you not like Logan Paul a bit more? I think that's what
I don't like KSI that much. No, but one thing is, it's not necessarily a dislike, because I'm at this point now, a lot of things like this, where I don't have any, you have to care to dislike. It's just like, that's fine, he can do his thing. Do his thing with the boxing, do his thing with the wrestling, all that stuff, that's fine. I am not the target audience for that. So it's not like, I hate him. It's like hating Noddy.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not for me. I hate that Peppa Pig. Good, you're in your 30s, you weirdo. So I'm happy for, if people, you know what, then, if people like him and he's doing that good stuff with wrestling and he's doing the podcast with wrestling, and he's getting new kids into it, that's absolutely fair enough, because YouTubers are a good gateway to people watching it and listening to wrestling. So I'll say that's a positive thing then for him, because all the TikTok people and the rappers and all the stuff there that are doing the thing, yeah, they should be the people who wrestling companies and a lot of big companies now should be going. A lot of kids look up to them. A lot of people who didn't read Power Slam magazine back in the day or whatever, like, how else are they going to find this product? So I'll say that, Jose. He's doing good for the kids.
I'm pretty much the same as you, but after WrestleMania, he's gone the reverse Keegan. He's gone way up in my estimations.
Oh.
After his performance at WrestleMania. He would have been even higher in my estimations if he didn't have it, like, written in his contract, I must turn baby fierce. Just own the heelishness. You know, also Logan, you know, like, wrestling fans won't like it.
But that's the problem, right, as well, is that even though that's written into his contract, he's still going to be the de facto heel anyway.
Yeah.
So
that's so weird, isn't it? Because it's like, yeah, a lot of people are like, actually, I don't know the transfer rate of people watching him from not watching before.
You imagine he brought in a fair few people. Like,
yeah, then they'd be cheering him. But if that's not happening, it's just, hey, how you doing? And it's like a very small percentage. The rest of them are like, boo! We know what this is before watching you. It's like, oh, okay. But it won't be the first time that we've had someone that they've had to be cheered when they play the RB booed. So
that's
yeah,
a lot of, like, I guess I'm pretty much the same as a lot of wrestling fans, just based off the reactions to him. My only exposure to Logan Paul was the whole thing a few years ago when he went to that forest. But you get on, because we've done news videos about him and stuff, obviously coming into the ring a couple of times now over the past couple of years. A lot of people saying that he's very much changed since that. And
I've been told that by people.
A lot less, like
obnoxious.
Money, cars, crazy things on YouTube. So he went after WrestleMania. I'd say my perception changed a bit. Yeah.
You know how?
And I watched that full podcast with him and Becky.
Oh, how was it?
Well, I watched the full wrestling interview. I didn't watch him with his pals.
Which is the famous wrestler that he didn't know he was talking to? There's a part in that podcast where he's like, I was talking to someone, and then I found out that it was like one of the most famous wrestlers afterwards.
I guess that was a part where the wrestlers weren't on with him.
Oh, maybe.
Did you watch the full thing?
I didn't watch it. No. I got told about that.
I just watched the full interview bits with Becky and Sasha. He came across. He's just put over how like sore he was and how like hard the ring was and like it wasn't a joke what the wrestling like it hurt. You know, he made it feel like, you know, it's fake. He put that all to bed, I should say. And his interview was very respectful of Becky and Charlotte. Like I don't think he did any research for it, but there we go. No, I didn't hear that bit.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was like Undertaker or something. Like he genuinely didn't know who one of the most famous wrestlers was when he was talking to them, and then he asked someone afterwards, "Oh, is that like Undertaker or something?"
Because there was a lot of the podcast where it's like him and there's this, I think it's three fellas who were there as well, like co-host sort of thing, and he just sat there for ages speaking with them, but I didn't care for that bit. Like, I don't know who they are.
It's like True Geordie and his lads.
Just Lawrence.
Oh, Jack's friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they bring in KSI, maybe that'll be it. You know, his manager, be the MVP. Logan Paul. That's all you need. Yeah.
Just bottles of water everywhere. How do you like him?
I haven't really got. I like you. Kind of heard about the Forest stuff back a few years ago, and then just from that kind of formed an opinion on him. So I don't know if he's changed or not, whatever it is. But like you said, at WrestleMania, these moves and everything, he was doing really good work and really good stuff. For
you know what? There's been so many celebrities or whatever, or people who aren't wrestlers come in and have like complete awfulness. Like, what's her name from Survivor? This is Queen Charmel.
Oh, TNA.
Oh, yeah, so that's what it used to be. You've always gotten used to the fact that, hey, I've never wrestled before. Jay Leno looked a lot better than others have had. But like that one NFL dude had that one TNA match that was matches of the year for TNA in a non-ironic way. What's his name from Green Arrow?
Oh, Stephen Amell.
Right.
He was
just
good.
to name a few.
He was really good.
So now Logan Paul's like, okay, I can do this now.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee as well.
Yeah,
like,
Pat's amazing.
It turns out wrestling's easy. But is there any YouTubers like you would like be okay with like showing up at WrestleMania or?
I don't really watch. YouTube, to be fair.
Hey,
No.
TikTokers.
I don't watch TikTok.
I don't watch TikTokers. YouTubers, from the video game side of stuff, Greg Miller would be very good.
Okay.
He's like, he had his own little backyard wrestling thing when he was a kid, and he's got all the tapes and stuff. I think that would be fun to see. But like legitimate, proper wrestler that I could see someone being really, like taking your breath away when you see them. No. I have no idea. I can't
Because I wonder if they're going to have like people like for Cardiff, they're going to have like, the
like a
KSIs or
special
whatever.
guest,
Like they got like Northern Lion or
who's like a famous
British. All right, Richard, you're down with the kids.
Go on, Richard.
Famous British YouTubers. Come on.
Who's that guy who goes around Europe and just like lives the life and he's got a bald head? Who's that? Yeah, it's him.
Rate my take, okay?
Oh my god!
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Again.
Absolutely. That would be amazing.
Imagine him walking down the ramp in his joggers and his trainers.
That
Pulling his
song he had.
Bollocks to him wrestling, right? Have him walk down with his table and chair, set it up at ringside and commentate.
That's so perfect. Hey, it's alright, this. They can have one of them segments, where they do like the KFC segments. Sometimes, and they'll just have like a sponsor and he'll sit there and eat the food whilst all this is going on.
I had to go back and watch that episode where it reveals he has his own takeaway.
Have you not seen it?
I stopped watching it before the end because of his guest.
He gets that. He gets that person.
Who's he do it in partnership with? Is it KSI?
KSI, Logan Paul, rate my takeaway. I don't know, insert them here. The Sidemen.
Who?
They're the biggest
Oh,
ones,
yeah.
aren't they? That's KSI, Mini Minter.
I know who they are. It's not going to any of their names.
He's got it.
I like Bazinga. Well, I don't know much about Bazinga.
I don't know them, but like the lads who roasted True Geordie.
Stephen Tries. Stephen Tries follows. I'm sure he follows Jack as well. He follows me on Twitter, and I don't know why. He can't like wrestling.
Maybe he likes your wrestling.
I doubt it. No, he's a legitimately funny man. Yes.
Real funny people don't watch this.
Very talented fella. I don't know. It was a weird one. I've never DM'd him or anything. Maybe I should. Just ask why. Why, Stephen? Why?